item for all Salon people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the President's Hour and the Gladi program, Look Me, I Look You. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's tem these?
Hello, my name is Josephine Kamara. I'm the founder of You Can Do It Foundation. You Can Do It Foundation is a charitable organization based in Sierra Leone, West Africa. You Can Do It Foundation has been in existence for the past 2 years. We have been fighting gender-based violence against women and girls within the community. During the past 2 years, we have been offering psychosocial support, counseling, court fee, medical fee, including school items to the survivors of gender-based violence. However, during the lockdown of COVID-19, report received and confirmed that rape cases among a minor has increased tremendously within our community. Because of this, You Can Do It Foundation has secured the land to build an accommodation for the survivors of rape. However, this may almost become impossible without your generous support. We need your help to build this home for the survivors. Your help could be in cash or in kind. If you wish to join us to make a difference in a child's life, please go to our website, which is www.youcandoitcyf.org, or you can go to our GoFundMe page, which is Home of Hope for the survivors of gender base, or you can contact us with the details at the end of this video. We thank you greatly for your generous support, and thank you once more for making a difference in a child's life.
Hill Valley Academy is a school that provides the very best opportunities for our students to develop, grow, and mature into young adults who are encouraged to become patriots as well as global citizens. We have high expectations and ambitions for all our students. We provide a caring, supportive, tolerant, and challenging environment in which all individuals can grow and flourish. A graduate of Hill Valley Academy is a well-rounded human being capable of making the most of what life has to offer. We actively encourage academic excellence with a sense of responsibility. We look forward to welcoming you to our school and to meeting you in the not too distant future, because together we achieve the extraordinary.
Hello, Fambulemuna. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on whose partner the dunya we find yourself. Welcome to CIGM Media once more on Facebook and YouTube Live as we bring to now another edition of How the Good They Go Inside the Republic. Me, una host, Najuma Ba, if you join me for the first time. And we want to welcome una and hope say una will get a wonderful time with we, and do encourage una for subscribe to we YouTube, Facebook and Facebook channels them, so that you would get real-time notification when we do exclusive programs. And also they encourage you to please share as well with people in your network, and bring more people who will contribute and benefit from the conversation. Today again, another exciting topic we can discuss, but before that, let me welcome a co-host and the co-anchor, Mr. Sylvester Tiboy Duba. Tiboy, welcome to today's program.
Viewers, welcome to another edition of CIGM Media Live on YouTube and Facebook. I want to say anytime we see Jima begin call me full name Sylvester Tiboy Duba, that shouldn't a problem show. So definitely don't expect more problem.
Well,
so
I think it's gonna be a good problem, you know.
No, when I say problem, should not say in a bad way.
Yeah.
I show either you get for super long, or you get for be semi-short, or you get for be engaging, constantly engaging. Every second, you can say, T-boy, when I watch number, tell them when I believe me. Over to you.
If you know what you call Anjina Musa, we go know today. But again, Fambulem, you know, we want to learn and engage now the chat platforms them, and also get ready because we go get to open the phone line at some point. But before that, we get a guest with we today, and we don't see the topic now the audit report we then publish in 2022. We now for 2021 year audit. So we can discuss them. We get somebody we go send an expert because now they own area that for look at we money and how salon money and resources will be used for the interest of we all and for quality service delivery. So then the advocates say, if we get 1 Leone, let we put up on something we will benefit every Sierra Leonean. And then they watch the couple. The how they can say, T-boy, then say, where's soup sweets?
But this time around, the soup was sweet, not so money, no more killer, more all thing killer.
All thing killer, man. But normally, we soup sweet, na money killer. So for discuss the audit report today, we review them, analyze them, and talk about things them way related because the country budget, the consolidated fund, the processes, how you manage things, you know, you get specific, you know, one specific civil society organization way that their role, Budget Advocacy Network, and today the coordinator, Mr. Bakarr Kamara, we based in Freetown, Sierra Leone, decide for join we and they can learn in expertise for all can discuss this. Mr. Kamara, welcome to today's program.
Yeah, good evening from Sierra Leone, and thank you, and good evening everybody from wherever parts you did in the world.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Bakarr Kamara, and Happy New Year to you. And tell me about your organization for the people away at the first time then they are able to know, or we're not too familiar with what they do, and your own specific role, you know, over the years, you know, in terms of budget, audit, and all that kind of thing there.
Thank you very much. And we organization Budget Advocacy Network. We're a network we comprise of 7 institutions there. We get Christian Aid, now one of the members there, Action Aid, we get Talking Drum CDO, Campaign for Good Governance, Transparency International, Network Movement of for Just and Development. They will get Western Area Budget Education Network 7. So there's 7 organizations and they come together from PAN, where the ultimate goal of PAN now for work around the budget. And basically the 3 principles of the budget, where they look at transparency, accountability, and participation. So we don't work purely around the budget, around public financial management issues there. And they use evidence for lobby, for advocate, constructively with whatever institutions we feel say at that particular point in time there are some issues, or we feel to complement some of the efforts. So they do work around the budget, and of course, when we talk about the budget, now two broad things then they refer to, both the revenue and the expenditure. But within the revenue and expenditure, we get the aspects of transparency and accountability in all of them to the absolute. But again, if we come into the budget, we get 4 key stages there. And we as a network would work on them 4 key stages there. One, they call out the budget formulation, that basically the process of preparing the budget. They do work around that particular process there. And we work around that particular process there now for open the spaces. For ensure say, let more people can participate in the budget process. For ensure say the needs and aspirations of the vulnerable then be captured into the budget. And for ensure say the people in way responsible for the budget, they open the space so that citizens will ask questions and for making clarification, and also for them to make their inputs. We also do work around the implementation of the budget. We also do work around the last stage of the budget, when the auditing. So basically, they get our evidence and use the evidence to engage policymakers then in a constructive manner, but all in the interest of ensuring that citizens receive services to the budget. You know, apart from the Constitution, the second most important document is the budget, because the budget now they clearly articulate the aspiration of the government and are the instrumental government they use for provide services for the people of Sierra Leone. So we they do work around that day, and me as the coordinator don't serve as coordinator for around 11 years now. But even before I be coordinator, I be the work for Transparency International, and I be the part of the formation of the Budget Advocacy Network. So in other words, I get an historical knowledge of how they form bank and what are the purpose and what they intend to do. And the whole thing is now for get the social movement where the whole government to accounts, where they ensure say there is transparency on how they use money, where they try to promote accountability on how government they use the money, where they also try to provide alternative policies then, whether on revenue or whether on expenditure. But in all of this, what we do again, we use evidence for able to engage our policymakers there. So now that we did for, and our 7 members of the organization, we get a network, we get a secretariat, the secretariat now at the head, who are the coordinator. In other words, like I'm the technical head for BAN, while I also provide secretarial services at the secretariat level.
All right, thank you so much for that broad and clear explanation there on the budget advocacy network and the organization that we comprise and the things that we're not concerned about. So obviously, if you talk about the budget's transparency and accountability, correct me if I'm wrong, I won't believe say the work of Audit Service Sierra Leone fall within the accountability side of things.
Absolutely. The audit service, the work of audit service fall at the last stage of the budget process. Because after we approve, they don't develop, approve, and spend, there is now the aspect of ensuring that they use the resources the right way. They use them as per what the law says. They use them in terms of following all the process and procedure. Because audits, now then they give you assurance that indeed the resources government provide, the institution there, the individual responsible, they actually use them the right way. So they are like they are there for safeguard the people's resources. So of course, audit now one of the key work they will do, because it falls on the last stage of the budget process we look at auditing and monitoring.
Okay, thanks. Another one, again, with the audit service, as we understand, this is now statutory organization, formed by, guided by the Constitution, right? So it's a legal entity guided by the Constitution. We're supposed to be independent for doing work. And explain that part there for we, the independent side of it, why important for the work of the Audit Service Sierra Leone as an institution and the people around them, why they're supposed to get that independence for able to do their work in terms of UNA as a network organization, how UNA do this, because UNA involved in the process, UNA know how things in the operate. Why important for, maintain the independence of Audit Service Sierra Leone?
The independence of Audit Service is critical to the work we then do. Now that also we also get another international organization there. We also check the work we audit service they do. And the reason why important is because then they for check how the executives, the legislature, they use the people's resources. And the reason, again, for let them become important, because if they not become independent, there will be tendency for let them work be disturbed. Now that make way them be suspend the Auditor General. We very much concerned as a network, and we go continue for ways and say, now be a bad decision, now a bad precedent, they don't set so, because it will go a long way for affect the perception around the independence of the auditor, the work of the audit service, Sierra Leone. And the good thing is there is some strides already now with the push for ensure say we get a very independent audit service. If you look at the IMF Article 4 review government submit, government also acknowledged that audit service need for the independence, and they even propose some measures them on how to ensure say the audit service become independent. For example, one of the proposals is audit service the money not for go through the normal budget process. That once they discuss the budget with Parliament, it's approved, then we will access the money seamlessly. Because when you talk about independence, we get operational independence, we also get financial independence. So however audit service independent, if they never get the resources and get on time for carry out the work, it will affect the work way that they do. And of course, the operational side is another one. And if you look at the Constitution, it clearly stated that in the process of doing their work, they need to take no direction from anybody. Even if the president wanted to audit certain institution, now request the president the request. So even the Constitution protects the independence. The Audit Service Act protects the independence, and even the Public Financial Management Act. So we regulatory instruments them also make it clear that the work, the operations of audit service for the independent, for let them carry the work effectively. And we'll talk about independence, we're talking about operational independence and financial independence. Because if then two they did not do it, one day, the other day, there will be problem. But the good thing is there are some strides for strengthening audit service and for strengthening independence. But already the legal instruments make a clear say therefore be independent. And they not take instruction from anybody in the course of doing the work.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that that clarity there. And not to you law, not to me law, now the Constitution of Sierra Leone, we bind everybody, we safeguard this institution. So people are way they supposed to be allowed for do their work how they're supposed to do them. And like you say, as a advocacy network, when I raise concern, about the perception and the dangers, the risk within they pose for begin to suspend the Auditor General, especially the way they suspend. And we'll go to that later on. Let's go back before I bring T-Boy come in. Let we begin talk about the reports, for example. What's your take so far? If we review and analyze them, you don't see beaucoup report, because if you say you don't serve 11 years as coordinator, and plus that if you don't work with Transparency International, you don't see the days there where nothing exists, say the process begin creep, say we begin get confidence in the process. You don't see a lot of reports. So what's your review so far on this recent report we come on?
For we, it's a disappointment as a network. We really expect that we make certain progress in terms of ensuring that the things then within inside the report, they never report happen again. Because these are things then, not a new things then inside these reports, are things that we don't be recall for the past years, for the past 5-10 years. And then the reason why I say we're a little bit disappointed, because we really get hope in this government, because the campaign in the spirit of transparency and accountability. So we expect them for put much effort for ensuring so they reduce the audit reports. Even though we don't see a lot of policies that we government propose in terms of strengthening audit accountability, in terms of ensuring ministry department they implement recommendation, but yet still this report tells us all that with all them policies that we don't put in place, we're not able to see that much impact yet as of what this report tell you. This report provides much also another deeper analysis on service provisions and more so on the health sector. If I can take you back on history in terms of one aspect where the audit report factor, we can always say estimated loss in cash. We can put and say estimated loss of the people's money.
Mm-hmm.
If I take you back, say, like from 2014 up to 2021, we also don't see some fluctuation of the money, the estimated loss in cash. That some point in time, don't see the good one. For example, in 2014, the estimated loss in cash is around 140 billion.
In 2015,
yes, 2014 now 140.5 billion. Then are the estimated loss in cash. 2015, it reduced to 65.4 billion. We now it reduced by more than half. 2015. 2016, it go to 75.5 billion. It increased again. 2017, it reduced again by almost half. It came to 37.2 billion. 2018, we begin seeing another increase. It go to 140.9 billion. 2019, 177.6 billion. 2020, it reduced to 153.9 billion. And this 2021 now, we're 183.7 billion. And the reason why we get that 183.7 billion, now because, previously, the way audit service, they do their work, for example, if they audit 2020, the institution would not be able to audit, say 2019, 2018, where they calculate all that money they bring into the current year reports. But because of the discussion from the 2019 reports, Audit Service again don't upgrade the reports. So now in the reports, they clearly show the current year, how much are the estimated loss. Then the other institution will not be able to audit the previous year then. So in other words, they put the losses in cash by the year in which the operation actually takes place. So this 2021 would have 183.7 billion. Now just for the operation will happen in 2021. If we bring the prior years, then we wouldn't bring in this same report, that amount for them go to over 200 billion euros. And the reason why we're concerned, because that resources there will have been used for provide healthcare, will have been used for provide education service delivery. Because when they say estimated loss in cash, it means those responsible able for account fully or able for account at all of the resources them where they actually give them. And if able account for the resources, then audit service can say it means the citizen they lose resources. So for now we see, and more so based on the heated discussion around the 2020 audit, and based on the number of policies where government will propose in terms of strengthening the audit accountability strength, in terms of provide policies then for strengthening the implementation of the general report, we would expect to see lesser issues there. But nevertheless, we see more issues there, and we see the estimated loss in cash would actually increase. The report again get issues around service delivery, around the operations of certain institutions there. For example, if we take the Ministry of Health as an example, the report highlights a number of issues there. For example, at the Connaught Hospital, the dialysis machine need work since October 2021. And of course, what that means is if the poor person gets kidney problem, we require for dialysis. They're not going to access that public service unless they go to the private side. We're expensive. So the report also highlights issues regarding them who will support improved service delivery. They also look at a number of issues around the hospital. For example, go like to the Kenema, McKinney. The report highlights acute shortage of basic essential drugs there, lack of water supply at the hospitals, lack of electricity, lack of equipment there. So we as a network, whilst we're concerned about the cash loss, we're also concerned about the issues them we need for the address where the citizen game will begin actually enjoy. Now that makes we are concerned for this year with the urge government for let them implement quickly their service delivery recommendations there. Because immediately they implement the recommendation in there, citizens they begin receive service automatically. For example, if they fix the dialysis in a Connaught, anybody waiting for user now, it will be user. If they provide enough drugs them, citizens will access to her. Likewise, the estimated loss in cash is also important, but if you then recover the resources, they get to go through the normal budget process. And what might happen again? So for we think it's not a good report for the country, and we feel say the government needs to do more. And we don't begin to see a whole lot of strife on the side of government. For example, government in the past Finance Act don't propose some measures them where they prompt those responsible for take actions. Would also see them quite last year, they don't develop the standard operating procedure where they look at how for implement the audit recommendations. So we hope so with them policies there, so we will begin seeing more better implementation of the Auditor General's report. We will begin to see lesser issues there in the report. But the political will needs to be drawn for take actions on those responsible.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So I like that connection there about the, money we lost, we did not account for, or at all, or we didn't not able to provide better information from, and that as lack of service delivery. And you make direct reference for something that can happen to anybody, whether you did a government, now you they approve budget, or now you they spend money, or God forbid you or your family member, anybody will get kidney issue, we need dialysis. If that dialysis machine not there, that dialysis service not in the country, you go suffer or die. Even if you get your money, you have for travel, go overseas. If you're not in a stable condition, the country they go to Senegal or Ghana not go take you, or it will be too late before you reach there. But Tibo gets there on the standby. And they come back to just now on the issue of the independence and the what you call them, of the operations and the financial independence of the Audit Service Sierra Leone. But before we go there, there was a tweet recently from a popular journalist, Thomas Dixon, which and possibly I know say you know. This now being tweets. It said documentations have proven that the government of President Bio is unable to account for over 583 billion. As little or no action is being taken by the government to address audit queries from 2018 to date. Then the newspaper cutting say SLPP government cannot account for over 583 billion in 4 years. And you try for mention to we from the pattern from 2014 to date. So do you think this calculation is correct, that this not the total, now this kind of money we all lost within these past 4 years, and how then did they impact service delivery?
Absolutely. Of course, I follow Thomas Dixon on Twitter and Facebook on in educative and investigative posts. Absolutely, yes, because if you look at the losses in cash since 2018 to date, and more so when we not see that much actions for able to address the issues today. The reason why I said that is because audit service, their role stop at auditing. Their role stop at presenting the report of Parliament. Parliament get a responsibility for conduct hearings and produce a report on that report, what it clearly shows the action will be taken on the one that would define one thing. It will be interesting for not to say now all in 2018, Parliament will produce a report on the Auditor General's report. 2019, they not produce a report on the Auditor General report yet. 2020, they even not begin discuss it itself. Now 2021 don't come in. So it means audit accountability is also being stifled at the Parliament level. Now that makes during the time when they review the constitution will be the push for the chairman of the Public Account Committee. The Public Account Committee, that the committee responsible for looking to the audit report and present a report. When they review the constitution, will be proposed that let that committee be headed by the opposition, as happened in other jurisdictions.
By the opposition?
Yes, it probably, we proposal now was that the PAC, the chair of the PAC, for being an opposition member. That's what they happen in other countries there. Because if you be an opposition member, there's an appetite for delve more into the issues they need for take action. But if not the ruling party, the chair, the PAC, that's always time for big problem. And now some school of thought they say, because, for example, the 2020 report, the issues around the president that they not discuss them. So all the perception also the entity also they come on board. But the fact of the matter is, PAC, the Public Account Committee of Parliament, not take that much action for push audit accountability issues there. So because of action not be taken, it means then losses in cash where the Auditor General be identified in previous ERZ. Now then to calculate and we correct that not the amount we not the expected loss in cash we then would account for fully or partially for up to now.
So what do you think say responsible for Parliament not able for produce report from 2018 and then waiting una don't do as a network of organization, because that's deep, because if every year the audit service they produce their reports and then they end up no debate them and do anything about it, no action them, then what's the point? Why do you have an audit report? Is it just to satisfy constitutional regulations? That's it? And end off like how T-Boy can say both case, not at the end?
There are two things. One, the political will. The political will, I can define it in two aspects. One, policy-wise and operational-wise. If the political will, first they develop policies them with regard to us ensuring that action will be taken. But even if we get them policies in there, if they not operationalize them, we will not go see the desired outcome we intend to see. And that's what we see so right now. We see in several budget speech them, including the president's speech them, they always talk about strengthening audit accountability. We don't see they don't do some policies them around strengthening audit accountability. They don't develop the standard approach in procedures. For now, we're not able to see the desired outcome we expect to see. So for we, is around the implementation of those policies, is around Parliament own up its responsibility. Because if you look at every constitution, it clearly states what in Parliament for do with the audit report. The constitution says they're supposed to debate the audit report. But of course, since time memorial, they need to debate the audit report. The PAC now they look at them and produce a report and just take a report and they like discuss some of the issues there. So for we feel say Parliament for opening game, conduct hearings in a timely manner, and produce a report with an actionable recommendation on how to go receive the people's resources or punish those who are supposed to punish. The fact of the matter is, as long as Parliament not take action, we will get 360 audit accountability national. And Parliament, they regulate themselves. Now that's the other thing back. How they want to do things and the way they want to say it. In fact, that make we don't begin propose in the Review Public Financial Management Act, we right now, that Parliament forget a time frame upon which they for discuss and produce a report on the Auditor General report. As it is right now, there is no law will bind the way say within 2 months we don't go to Parliament and for produce a report, or in 3 months. She just left open. And the effect is now they see now, so we don't see no report on 2019, we don't see no report on 2020, and now 2021, don't add on that day 1 day. So for we, Parliament for up the game, and then the executive, in addition to the policy that they begin propose for ensure say they implement those policies and ensure say those one who supposed to pay them pay back, the one who supposed to punish them back. And we also don't see some action on the side of Anti-Corruption Commission. In fact, the ACC and Audit Service, they now get an MOU for looking to the audit issues. So we don't see some action from the ACC for also support for address the issues them within the reports. And for we also think the ACC for also expand a little bit apart from the aspect of recovering cash, but for also support in looking at the service delivery aspects, as I've been mentioned earlier, For example, how do they intervene for address the issues them for let the dialysis machine be work. So we also the request ACC for that also expand a little bit. Apart from the financial issue, we also look at the service delivery issues there. So in summary, Parliament for the executive part of the policies them for ensure say they follow the policies and ensure say those responsible for and people's resources they implement the policy the way they get towards strengthening audit accountability and salon. And all of this also it is geared towards providing services for the people of Sierra Leone.
All right. Thank you so much, Bakarr. If you just join me, we discuss the audit report, the recent audit report for 2021 that was released in December. And now between us, so we get Bakarr Kamara, we are the coordinator for Budget Advocacy Network, a consortium of 7 organizations there where they look at budget issues, public finances, and service delivery. La not dominate. La go over to T-Boy. T-Boy, over to you. I get a few follow-up questions them on some of the things that we make, but I'll go to T-Boy first. T-Boy, if you did it.
Yes, follow up on the thing that we Bakarr no highlights, some of which now the facts say it is constitutional for me we get the audit service independent, totally independent for me able to do their work. And the section 119, column 6 of the 1991 Constitution of Sierra Leone provides that freedom for the Auditor General for making able for discharging responsibilities. So basically, I just this guy for verify some of the stuff the number we they highlight, and also the role of Parliament as well under the Constitution of Sierra Leone. But it's a shame that we're not able to forget any kind of debates for the past couple of years in the Auditor General's reports. We don't come out. So basically, like you say, what's the purpose of actually going through the process of Auditor General's reports at the end of the day if nobody really sits on them and discuss them? Now, like a business as usual, let's just do the reports, waste money, and then they will push and go forward for the next year. So basically, I have a calculation of what you say somebody made on Facebook highlights the total figure. I think it is way above that total figure. And at the time for put together billions for make able for convert them into dollars, it's practically giving me no answers at all online. It only convert them to millions and it give me equivalents to $1 million. So basically, when we look at all this, when we go into the program deeper, we'll be able to highlight a lot of loss and concerns of the Tinewe mishaps, not accidental, but deliberate mishaps the way they happen now, all the various ministries them in government offices. So basically, we have to begin to look at the issues there so and see if nobody is going to be held accountable today, when is somebody going to be held accountable? Because like Mr. Bakarr said, that's a huge loss to the people of Sierra Leone, where most of that billions and billions of leones they will have been converted into serious issues that we the money will solve. Hospitals, water, electricity, key necessities that we have to say that money they go able to do possibly the entire Sierra Leone on every region with the amount of losses. That's not financial or physical cash loss. When you talk about paper trail loss, they win like a checks or bounce checks or any kind of contract or any kind of donor fund or any kind of thing. These are cash losses where government officials are able to give account of. It is sum up to billions of leons like this. So I'm thinking
hundreds of billions, T-Boy.
Well, not just I say billions of leons, because I am now thinking, how on earth will they get them kind of physical cash then they at the disposal of government officials the way we definitely not supposed for they do? Because at the end of the day, if we want to make the system work, we should apply those systems in all the ministries the way personally get access to cash. But this is not cash loss, physical cash loss. But I think it's serious, Juma. So let's keep going, and I will come back later on and possibly highlight the billions and hundreds of billions of leons, and then we'll get somebody with the possibly try for do that calculation for me and tell you how much it could be equivalent in current dollar or current pounds. Then we go know the amount of malpractices the way they happen at Salon when a deliberate act for just punish the people of Sierra Leone or for just make we look like for say we are so poor, which I think we are not, or we are so incapable for running the institution, which I think we do have the capability, but because of the deliberate act of the leaders that work in that salon and the people who they head their institutions, they are so, then they make we feel say we are so poor. And I can always say salon of poor, because I know hundreds of people that are living in this part of the world to go and work in Sierra Leone. Give them 1 year, they'll be talking about millions and millions and billions of leones in equivalence to pounds or dollars. So why are we saying Sierra Leone is poor? What's it make people in the one for go back na salon, especially the one that we get access to cash? So basically, if anybody tell me say salon poor, then they make we suffer, I totally disagree, because I have lived there constantly for more than almost 10 years, and I know exactly how much money you will be able to make in Sierra Leone if you're working genuinely. And then I just imagine how much money you will make if you're part of the crooked bunch of Sierra Leoneans where they live in a salon, especially for those also from the diaspora. And the one in back inside the country where they had all them parastatals there also, where 70% of them are from the diaspora. Can you imagine how much serious fraudulent activities they happen in that country today? Because people and they take their eye off what they're supposed to do, and they need to agree for monitor, and they need to agree for be transparent. Where if they're in this part of the world, they give account of every penny being spent, even petty cash, they will give account of that. And I want to know which head of parastatals in a salon right now, we don't work in the West, we get access to physical cash above £1,000. Now in workplace, not even up to £500. Now in workplace, none of them. But when they take the advantage, say, oh, people are so stupid in Sierra Leone. We have 90% of the population that is uneducated. They don't know nothing. We can just tell them cock and bull stories and they will believe it. That is what it is. So it's business as usual. So if we not cut down all them loopholes there, so I think going to loopholes themselves, because they are deliberate dugouts. So basically, if we not careful seal those dugouts, it will hold people in accountable and begin point fingers at people where they accumulate excessive amounts of funds within a shortest period of time, because that is what it is. Because when you don't make you money and you never forget account of how you make your money, everybody's becoming a businessman for cleaning dirty money and fraudulent money the way you put their hand inside. So basically, we're going to begin to look at most of the issues then they. But like I said, Juma, we have millions and millions of billions of hundreds of billions of news we'll talk about on today's program. And when you don't think about that, you go back and sleep, you go out, stay tomorrow. I bet you don't go for short your eyes. But look, we'll continue.
All right, thank you so much, T-Boy, for your own comments. Let's go to Bakarr. I don't know if Bakarr got any comment on that. If not, then I wanted to follow up question, because you talk about political will of doing things, because the way you open, you say being highlights, you expect, you express your disappointment that we're not for running at the level here. Because why you audit is to understand what did not go right and try for learn lessons from that and correct them, not make the same mistake again, close those loopholes and all that thing. And Salon, this thing about standard operating procedure, I don't know if it's a new language in the country, the way government use for confuse people. These are simple things, the rules, the guidelines, the policies, the way Audit Service Sierra Leone don't they use. Now this one they're supposed for use for audit people. There's no different thing for go set up, we develop a standard operating procedure. You can modify it, because there was one that existed before. But why government they make that like a sin as some kind of big achievement in the first place? That's supposed to be there all the time. You just improve on it. Yes, sir.
Yes, I think first there are comments on putting.
Yeah, we lost the Bakarr audio.
Speaker said.
Yeah.
For example, on the losses in cash, it involves a whole number of things there. For example, if you get a contract where you execute, but they utilize resources. If you look at the council level, we get some resources then. For example, the construction of bridges and culverts and the rehabilitation of the mine 91 market, we went around 870 million. A contract could not execute.
So they're executed.
Yes, but the resources have been expended. So the losses in cash.
So what did they spend the money for now?
Well, that's the thing where the report highlights. You know, so it highlights a whole number of issues then where cumulatively add up to the losses in cash. There are some they need to account for resources them where they give them. Some they account, but they need to account adequately for the resources them where they give them. So the whole thing boils around the issue of accountability for the people's resources. If you are given resources and you're not able to account for that resources, that it means there's a loss of the people's resources. On the issues where you just mentioned on the standard operating procedure, this now is standard operating procedure on the implementation of the audit recommendations. Will not be generally before.
Okay.
Of course, we will get the acts when the show for the audit, the process, and all this of things. But will not be get a procedure where they say, now this and this and this and this you do. We now they have make a mandatory for implement the Auditor General. In fact, government get the intention for legislate that standard operating procedure. So it means say public officials they can become by law for respond to audit issues them, for respond to audit queries them, for ensure say they implement the Auditor General recommendations. So the recommendation then not mean say it's about resources. It's also about fixing the system.
Yeah.
You know, as you mentioned earlier, the audit is also again about providing advice in strengthening public financial management system in institutions, strengthening procurement processes, strengthening internal audit. So it's about again the whole system, how we ensure that if you implement the recommendation there, your system will be strengthened and there will be proper accountability and transparency on the use of the people's resources.
Right. So, Bakarr, that's all important. But again, you see, for me, there are certain precedents and the way they set were very dangerous for the country. And you self highlight and say, you know, ban budget advocacy network, kick against that and Allah. This 2020 audit report creates a whole lot of things. Again, then you left people with a suspicion, because if you decide for suspend the Auditor General, you say for professional misconduct, I never understand how, you know, what constitutes professional misconduct in somebody carrying out in duties per the Constitution of Sierra Leone, per all the, Financial Act and every document where they will guide the people and say this, they are doing their job. They do their job in the interest of Sierra Leoneans. So how you go suspend policy, you say, oh, for professional misconduct, that's not one. Then two, how you expect other line ministries, because this suspension cannot be done by anybody else. That was written by the president or the office of the president. Now you suspend. So when you don't suspend and you don't put out over 1 year, you still left, because there was something really, really serious as that office they be, in the interest of transparency and accountability and good governance. You don't know with that case, they law on them if you had anything. But you suspended 2 people, and one of the person was directly responsible for audit or lead an audit team. We audit the office of the president and the vice president's office. That's one part. Now we don't see a different part of this whole thing. Now this new report come out and say, oh, the president's office and vice president's office not meet the threshold. For God's sake, Bakarr don't tell we now, so say, now the people's resources, not to post in personal one. I don't know, maybe I wrong, Bakarr. the office of the president and the vice president's office, these are all public institutions, right? These are all public offices, if I'm correct. Bakarr, are you there? Okay, we don't lost Bakarr for now.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Bakarr. So,
yes,
undermining, these are public offices. And if the Constitution don't say, and the role of the Auditor General say, for audits every government institutions and public offices where they get money from the consolidated fund. But then the person will go audit you decide for suspend them, and the head you say for professional misconduct. What is the professional misconduct? Up until today, we don't know. Then this year now, the reports will come out with the acting auditor, then say they don't meet the threshold. Do you know what the threshold is to audit any public office, including the president and vice president's office? Bakarr?
Yes. Audits na a process, and then they follow international benchmarks. Before I come into the threshold issue, perhaps I just comment small first on the suspension of the Auditor General. For all reasons, these are the things that we say like a bad precedent. So even a citizen perception don't be affected. If we tell well, for example, Lara 9 for day in office, then the tribunal say there is no issue. So the perception, if I can come into the audit, now a process, and they follow international standards. Absolutely, not all what's in the audit, they put now the Auditor General's report. If there are issues, when they find out a particular ministry or department, they issue queries, and they issue they resolve them at the process. They issue the factor into the Auditor General's report. The things then where they factor they and the things then the unresolved issues them. Today, the Ministry of Information will get a press conference with Audit Service, and they explain the issues around the office of the Vice President, Vice President. That indeed the audit the institution there, and they not find out material things that enough for report on. In audits, you can forget then get the threshold they use for them to bring things them into the report. So based on what the audit service tell me that the vice president and the president's office, they don't meet that material threshold for letting reports on the issues there. That audit service tell me.
Yeah.
But of course, we understand the citizen perception, more especially last year, the 2020 report, that was a damning report of the Office of the President, and we know to see much action be taken on that and bring it down to the public that these are the issues then will be in our reports there. These are the actions then we government don't take for ensure say those things will not repeat again. So because it is do not get that information there, so they always get that perception there. But all these services say they not meet the threshold for reports on the issues then of the president and the vice president.
Right. So that is just laughable, really, because there are unresolved issues from the 2020 audit report, where include the office of the president and that of the vice president, one of which was the issue of fake receipts. You have fake receipts issue, you have a damning report from 2020, when are unresolved issues where they carry over, then you say there are no material. So that the issues then, they cease to exist. all together because somebody think it not meet the threshold. So what threshold if and every other institution, then therefore just stop for audit every other institution, or turn a clean slate every year. So it will be done produce 2020, not important thing. You don't forget about that one day. Because if you write everything way in there and you carry them over the unresolved issues from the previous audit from 10 years ago, but then the office of the president and vice president, you say they don't meet the threshold. Ha! In Sierra Leone. Yes, T-boy.
You see, I just listened to that video because to me that's rubbish. It's not just rubbish, but an insult to real intellectual.
And just sorry, T-boy, before we go for that, for the public, Bakarr not a work for government. I want people to understand that. He works for a civil society organization, a consortium, a group of 7 organizations, and it is share with we in professional experience, waiting and they expect, and all of those kind of things. I just want to let people understand that Bakarr not a government employee. He may work for a political party. He works for Budget Advocacy Network, and he give you an expert advice. So the question would ask, not directed at him, but just for the conversation. Continuity, boy.
All right, I don't see one for put a disclaimer. I totally accept that. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't know that guy this anyway. Now, Deputy Auditor General or what?
Good.
I'll make the statement say.
No, this one an assistant. Now, the YB needed an assistant.
All right. So, me an insult to real intellectual capacity as Sierra Leoneans, they will possibly be reading right. Yeah, because you see the mannerism of how it be described for justify the reason behind why the president and the vice president in office not meet the threshold. So what is the threshold for any institution for be audited now? According to Momoh, now the office of the president and vice president respond to the huge recommendation then where they make prior to this year's audit report.
Okay, so they respond.
Now,
but wait, we don't deal with it. We don't deal with the fake receipt issue.
I don't know. They fully responded to the recommendations, and that is what he is trying to emphasize on. So basically, he's not saying anybody should be held wanting for any misappropriation of fund. What he is saying, they make huge recommendations and they expect every other ministry or institutions for follow those recommendations in the following year to come. So that means nobody should be held responsible.
So then why suspend the Auditor General and the Deputy Auditor General for just...
To be honest to you, I think Salon is a joke.
All right, let's go to Bakarr. Bakarr, sorry, we digress a little bit.
I'll come back to you with 1 or 2 questions after.
Sierra Media Day. So let's go to issues of service delivery, okay? And you've seen
I need on the issues then. Here comes the role of Parliament for ensure say the hold people to account and for produce a report on the Auditor General report where they clearly show the action they take for each and every MDAs or individuals. As citizens, the 2020 audit report, we know they're not discussed, and there is no report from Parliament. And it's the people resources. There's a public report. Citizens need for know the action they don't take for address the issues them on the report. It should not be something behind the scene. It should be something that the public should know that these are the issues them, these are the recommendations that will be happen, and are there and they don't implement. We don't have there is no report on that. Parliament now be rolled down there for conduct hearings on the issues them and then produce a report on that report with a clear actionable recommendations. There is no report around that particular aspect. So for we, As it is now, the concern is the issues then we don't come up now, how do we be addressed? How do we ensure that citizens then receive services? How we ensure that the estimated loss in cashes, people should be accountable. Just the same as for the previous reports them, the 2018 now, 2015 now, or whatever. You know, if we continue the aspect of people go unpunished or action have been taken on previous audit reports, it means we are not expecting the aspect of value for money, the aspect of safeguarding the people's resources. So again, I can come to the standard operating procedure where basically they gear towards ensuring that those recommendations are implemented. And for we as BAN, we also ask for let citizens get access to the recommendation they implement, how they implement them, so that it will help for build the confidence of the citizen that indeed there's an audit report, there are issues there, but the issues are clearly be addressed. Because when citizens get their comprehensive information, then a lot of perception will change. But if there's just an audit report and there is no document they clearly show on how they implement the recommendations them or the recommendation they implement, you know, that citizen will just get views that actions have not been taken. So communication on the side of government on the implementation of the Auditor General report is key for build the confidence of citizens in Salone.
Bakarr, thank you so much. That's very helpful. Two areas where concern service delivery. Where I don't know whether an organization, Tibo, why you shake it? I'm going to shake it first. So two areas where key on service delivery, where that one is supposed to be universal for we all. I don't know how best una don monitor, and one being the flagship of the new direction government, we get for do with free and quality education, okay? And also, because again, government don't announce to the world, say they increase budgetary allocation of 21% of the country's budget to to free quality education. And that of health, particularly during COVID time. We know, funds were collected, people, because people maybe they pay $80 and something for coming inside, and that is concerned with the diaspora as well. Their money then they will get paid for. What was it used for? The reason why I ask, because we see people that worked for the COVID response were on strike for 6 months, 8 months, 1 year they didn't get paid. So what was those funds used for? That's income. But the budgetary allocation for free quality education, waiting on your assessment as an institution, government say 2 million people on benefits. What's your assessment as free and quality service delivery?
There are certain facts. Number one, budget allocation absolutely don't increase to education. Number two, the enrollment rates don't increase at all levels. The thing now we need for improve more is aspect that has to do with the quality. And of course, we see quite recently when the WASP results come out, there are questions around whether the candidate deserve than or not. For example, if you
hello, Bakarr, are you there?
Become the aspect of sanitation, the school, they still remain poor toilet facilities, poor sanitation in schools. These are challenges then because there is a direct correlation between education outcome and the sanitation. Because if students have to miss school because of poor sanitation, especially in terms of gas picking, because the toilets are not clean, and when and there and the messes them, it means that they might not go to school. So these are challenges we government still need for address. Of course, there are still concerns around teachers in terms of getting the number of teachers required for actually teach the required international standard, which I will talk about one picking at least to 45. We still have schools that are overcrowded, and government for address that challenge today. There is still challenge of infrastructure, even though a lot of rehabilitation and construction is going on, but that's still a challenge because we still have some two-shift school. So infrastructure is also another one that needs to be addressed. And of course, we also don't see a number of policies that we, the Ministry of Education, don't develop. For example, the use of the school fee subsidies. In the past, we not be get a policy with the guide schools them how to use the school fee subsidies. So now we have a policy on how to use school fee subsidies. We have now policies on the recruitment of teachers, even though there's a challenge there again, because the number of teachers they complain that it takes too long. But we now have the policies around that one. We now have a policy around it. So policy-wise, there is a lot of work that has been done within the education sector, which has helped to some extent in terms of improving the overall education environment. So for we, education is making progress in Sierra Leone, but there are still challenges around quality, around sanitation, around also the issue they have to do with infrastructure. But education is making progress. For the health, I can say the health system is a challenge. It's still a challenge. This 2020 audit report provide a highlight of a number of issues there. No proper equipment them. Some PHUs, they're not got equipment them. They're not got lamp lights. Water facilities at the hospitals, they're poor. Electricity is poor. In some areas, there is acute shortage of essential drugs. Essential equipment are not available. So the health sector still get challenged. Of course, the nurse to patient ratio is still high. Doctor patient ratio is extremely high. So with all of this, it means much more needs to be done on the health sector. So that makes we as a network would say in this audit report, in as much as it's good to look at the cash flows, but let's also look at the service delivery issues the way there is. How do we make sure that dialysis at the corner hospital work? How do we make sure that the acute shortage of essential drugs they are available at PHs there? How do we make sure that the PHs can get water facilities, their equipment would enable them for 6 people there? So these are basic things then if you say government for put as a priority for implement those recommendations geared towards providing services for the people of Sierra
Leone. Okay, that's a key one. Tiwa, you say you get a question for Bakarr. Thank you, Bakarr. And I see now the chat group. Please, Tony, now for type your question, we will get for open the phone line at some point, but possibly Bakarr will deal with we because we agree with him on a specific time and we want to respect that. So type the questions, they will ask Bakarr on your behalf as well. And just like I say, Bakarr know they work for government, so you know they will answer government's question. Yes, Tiboy, over to you.
I'll ask you one question. I know say you don't they within you practice for more than 10 years in Sierra Leone. You ever feel say we are ready as a nation? Then I want to. How you feel say we for trust any audit reports in Salon if you don't did it for more than 10 years and you have seen the discrepancies in money loss, cash loss, service delivery mishaps for the past 10 years in Eukarya. Is there any hope in the system in Sierra Leone?
Which email you say for trust the audit report?
No, for trust the audit report and the authenticity of what we feel say we see is the reality. And
that means everything they put inside and not indeed in that you mean?
No. Okay. The question I have to ask now, this now the reports we don't come out for the audit reports for this year or for last year, right? Now me ask Bakarr, the system will get us alone. Do you believe in that system? Because one force, if you believe in the system, that means the system has worked for the past 10 years in your career experience. Because me, I know my answer. If you ask me, say, T-Boy, as a media practitioner, do you believe in media in Sierra Leone? I will categorically say to you, no. Because the media is sold at a rate at which now they get money, they buy them, then they pay for them, then they get the service delivery. So I'm asking you, as somebody who don't work within the audit department in Sierra Leone, as an independent
audit department too.
No, as an independent body on your own for the past 10 years.
So
but with viewers they're not they see you better. With viewers they're not they see you, Bakarr.
Bakarr, you can sit up just a little bit.
With viewers they're not they see you. Okay. Okay. Yes.
So firstly, I will respond on the first one, and I will respond to based on the work we do, and the work we do now on public financial management. If you look at trend, the aspect of public financial management, there has been some progress. The reason why I say this, and I limit time to audit issues since we discuss audit today. There are times we don't get a situation where audit is going to come after 3, 4, 5 years. It not be even come annually, which means by the time report come out, we don't die, we don't report. Now we don't begin to see audit report they come out on a yearly basis. That's an improvement. We would also see the strengthening of the laws and procedures. Strengthen the Audit Service Act. We get the NPPA Act, we also don't start strengthen the ACC Act. So we don't see some improvement in terms of strengthening the regulatory framework would help for strengthening public financial management issues. We also don't see in a situation wherein parliaments they pass laws then for strengthening audit accountability. The thing what we still get challenged on now the implementation of the Auditor General's report. We still have challenge on it. Because the same issues there now then they will occur year in, year out. And we still get the people who are responsible for letting things happen, still in the country, still the work. So implementation is a challenge. And I think we government need for work on for ensure they strengthen the implementation of the regional report. The other thing we have faced don't go down now the legislative role on the audit report with our parliament. Because if we don't see now 2, 3 years report date to them, they're not producing a report. For example, 2019. By the time the can begin discuss now, would I don't retire, would I don't die. So the people's resources would be wasted. So audit accountability at the legislative level, it seems to going down because action has not been taken on audit reports. Again, we don't see the losses in cash they rise, which means it's a cause for concern. It means those responsible for handling people's resources have not been fully accountable for the resources being given for use on behalf of people. So it also means citizens that they continue for lose resources. And when citizens they lose the resource services, when citizens they lose services, and government exists for provide services to the people of Sierra Leone. And if their service and the citizens are able to get them fully, it means there's a problem. And it will help for bring distrust between government and the citizen. So on PFM issues, there are some stripes, but there are some challenges. On the audit report, we know the ban not in position for authenticate whether the audit report on true or not. We believe in the institution, in our audit service, in the work we do, and we don't see consistently they produce good quality reports. And even this 2021 report, there are a number of issues in there where they raise, where if government acts on them, it help for improve service delivery. So in a nutshell, we are an institution where they operate for promote audit accountability. And if there are issues in the audit report, we always want to see let government take actions. The aspect of authenticity of the audit report, that's not our role to find out around that. We believe in the audit service institution. We believe in the work they do. Nadamic, we also strongly condemn and we continue to say that it's an extremely bad situation for the suspension of the general report, because now that they bring all the distrust there so now. Because they suspend them, citizen trust on the independency, on the operational aspect, they get a perception say they don't suspend the Auditor General, they don't come to that process, so nobody do the right way. So for that alone step, that decision is not even take that decision for suspend the general. And we're facing a bad precedent, and we'll continue for say that day because audits for be independent, operational wise and financial wise. And there are clear rules and procedure on how to remove the Auditor General. And we feel say like bad decision and we'll continue for sit down there, but we believe on the institution what we do, and we'll continue to push for strengthening audit accountability at all levels.
Okay, thank you so much, because you've highlighted that very well and in a balanced way. But you know, the same questions, just like I talked, it is citizens' perception. Questions then at the chat group, they say, thanks, Juma. Please, Bakarr, the Auditor General, can the President sack him or her? How independent the Auditor General should be? How can any audit report from any government of Sierra Leone be deemed to be reliable and honest when the minister and the bank governor is under the president's pocket, and who can appoint an Auditor General? So you see double-barrel question that we get at the group. This is only by one person. Some of them I think you've highlighted already. I don't know whether you just want to respond to those ones, and they'll jump to one more last thing and then try for round, or let you go, then really continue. Get ready, we're going to open the phone line soon, so we will forget a conversation, so we use your comment and opinion on this. Bakarr, over to you.
And on the one whether the president or staff, the Auditor General, you know, the role of the Auditor General is key. Now that make the Constitution prescribe a clear way for remove the Auditor General. And we believe, say, even its suspension of itself, they not follow the right procedure. Though they don't want to court because say yes, well, we respect the court in decision, but we believe say they don't follow the right procedure. And if let me tell you this, even if they win Lara in a court, it has to go to Parliament. Parliament.
So the thing not the end na court, you get for go back na Parliament.
No. If they win Lara, for example, If you go to Parliament, Parliament will discuss and vote. And Parliament forget 2/3 majority for let them pull Lara. So other school of thought they say because the government can't get 2/3 majority, so they continue for put that issue. They so take election. Because
so what you want to do on that as an organization?
Well, our role is limited. It don't go now the court now. The tribunal they on. They continue for monitor and follow the process. If we follow, like wait 1 year, we will pull a press release. We will highlight clearly some deliberate efforts for delay the court process. If you can give me time, I can just highlight some of the issues in there.
Yeah, the people will really appreciate it because a lot of we don't know when they go to court. Yeah, you know this.
They suspend the Auditor General around the 11th of November. They set up a tribunal by the end of the month. The tribunal not still until March. Almost 4 months.
Wow.
And when they meet, that's the time they sit again for develop rules of procedure, whether for use for the trial. And we also see the objections where the Auditor General them put that the president not get the right at that particular stage for suspended. They not hear that case stay until after 1 year.
Wow.
And we don't see the adjournment case them wouldn't done the long. And could you imagine the second sitting with them meet? They say they're not getting proper equipment there, computer or whatever. A whole tribunal set up to try an important person exam day. After 4 or 5 months, the secretariat not get some materials them computer.
They say they not get printer, they not get
printer. So you might see some efforts for delay, even it's been an own process itself. And for we think say it's not good for audit accountability process na salon.
So Bakarr, is she still on salary?
Come again?
Is she still on salary?
Well, they're supposed for day on apps salary.
Okay.
Because when you look at the auditor, she's still the Auditor General.
Yeah, she's still the auditor with a red ink. So basically, she hasn't been removed. So I just want to confirm whether the one they will not suspended is still on salary, because you cannot suspend.
We upgrade them to salary. I know for that, but it's supposed for the whether full or half salary. I will confirm. I will get more information than it. But again, with all of this, government even make a proposal in the IMF article 4 we bring submit to IMF. IMF also concerned. IMF was concerned. World Bank was concerned. EU was concerned. Government make a proposal that they will speed up the trial of the Auditor General, and in fact, they will put it a timeline in a transparent way, where they show how they will carry out the trial in a very speedy manner. Up to date, they not publish any timeline on how the trial before they continue. Because even Donald also concerned about the sluggish way where the trial done to go over 1 year now. And interestingly again, can you imagine they suspend the Auditor General in November 2020? They know, 2021 years, the government now put this in charges till until in April to May. That
and what is it in charges then?
I'm not getting a document now, but probably I'll have to get them later. So I'm not going to things we're not.
Yeah, that's fine.
Have right now.
Wow. But again, me, I'm not surprised. T-Boy, I know, Bakarr possibly don't know that. But based on your own findings and things, how do you expect a trial to be, for let us fast track them and speed them up? Where the one that waited at the tribunal, one person they collect almost 70 million leones a month in salary. So times 4 people. So if I get 70 million leones a month, or close to 70 million leones a month, T-boy, you think so go out for that work they done? So again, it come back to it in Bakarr in the talk. Are things done in the interest of people? Because 70 million now boku money where one school can need how many teachers and then go pay with 70 million Bakarr for one school? Boku teachers, right? So sometimes if you even the teacher and salary is something at 2 million, 1 million on average.
Yeah, then okay, look, we say roughly now 60 teachers now one school.
Yeah, so 60 teachers per month now one school. Now they pay one person waiting at the tribunal. So if you say that and they go one for that case they don't like case done. So these are some of the things the way people need to understand. But like Bakarr say, the danger behind that, what it's costing the country. You try for, say you kill mosquito, you born news. Because if you talk about what you call them, transparency and accountability and good governance as new direction, but then you undermine the institutions and bully the people away for run independent institutions. What do you have to prove that you are really a transparent, accountable, and government really practice good governance? It's not there,
Okay, Bakarr. How much access will on an organization then they get towards their institution they actually when they try for oversee their financial dealings?
Well, we get information through the official means, and we normally request. For example, we request to Minister of Finance, they never reject it. Whatever information we request for, the QE, even the same to the Minister of to NRA, where we can get challenge them. Now the MD is them for let them provide, for example, more detailed information on the explanation. But on the Minister of Finance, we get a very good relationship. Then they provide information, even though we can be critical of them, but then they provide information. In fact, one of the work we always do, now this way they call open budget survey. When I survey, when they carry out about 150 countries, then now we did one for Salone. And the purpose of that survey now for advocates to government, for let them just say a lot of information then will require the operation of government financially be uploaded on their website. The thing is, most of we not going to Minister of Finance for get information, but they get a lot of information there when the way really important for the citizens to know. For example, on a monthly basis, they provide a summary of expenditure by sector. They provide information around revenue they collect on your by revenue streams on a monthly basis. They also provide information around taxes, around debt to the pay. So on access to information from the main source of Minister of Finance, we get access. They provide information to we upon request.
Bakarr, quick question I want to ask around budget issues, because this one possibly will not understand better, so possibly you enlighten me. We see government, like, they submit their budget every year, for parliamentary approval, right? But then when it comes to quick 6 months inside the year, they don't go for supplemental budgets. Waiting at the cost, is that a good public financial management system wherein because now they can't tell me what you want. I give you. Then 6 months you ask for addition. Is it because you don't know what you want, or you just want more, or you waste the one being you? What is it?
Well, supplementary budget always it can happen in most countries then. And the Public Financial Management Act states that in the course of the year, if you require additional resources, or if you expect to get more revenue than anticipated, or you expect to get a fall short in revenue, you're supposed to go back to Parliament for revised budget and for get a new budget. In some instances, supplementary and an addition. In some instances, supplementary and a reduction of the budget. In the previous supplementary budget for them submit a Parliament, they provide additional spending because they get additional resources elsewhere from donor and all the rest of it. So the law make a mandatory that beyond waiting Parliament approve, if you get additional expenditures, we're really significant enough, or you get additional revenue significant enough, before go back to Parliament for let them approve how for use them or allocate their resources.
Yeah, I understand that side, but we see still the sectors them where healthcare, education, water. You understand? These are basic things them where for make we life run. And they talk about electricity for salon because salon are a necessity, you know, na luxury, na privilege. Other places, electricity is a basic need. You need it to function. Internet, all of those things, communication. But that you know one talk about, but the one when a water, school business, hospital, people in they die in a how you call the place, Connaught Hospital, cottage, water not in at the tank them. Blood not in a blood bank. Basic things, the place not clean. You see people in picking and they lead on a bed where not get mattress. Some comrade and they lead on a ground. But you go ask for supplemental or additional money for go spend by waiting for more parties or waiting. Because you go ask, but we really see things they improve now the hospitals then. So now they say, waiting and they ask for this money. Is it because the lawmaker mandates you, so you just get to go ask? And because the money available, you don't get more resources, you will go ask, but then you need to deliver the services where the people need?
Firstly, the budget like a plan on how government intend for raise resources and how they intend for spend the resources. And in the budget, each and ministry, department, agencies can always get the plan of how they intend for spend the money we government intend for give them. In most cases, they need to get all of the resources we require. In fact, Sierra Leone, we always the one budget deficit. We mean say with expenditure, it always passes the revenue we suppose for collect. And the point where they raise around health and water, now real perennial challenges them in the country. However, it's also good for acknowledge that some drives have been taken, even though it's not yet enough for address the key basic facilities then we still have to enjoy, like water facilities, like health, like education. There are still challenges on those issues. Education then improves small, but health and water, there are still huge, but cool people in a salon day will able to get access to water and light. And for we on network, this our sector. We always want to see enough resources so that citizens will receive services. You know, as a big highlight this now on some of the challenges them around the, for example, the health. Even the audit report factor a number of the challenges they did. So it's left now with the government how it positions itself, which action they take for address the issues in the then systematic issues in the who they affect service delivery. So yes, service delivery is a problem and it needs to be addressed, and the budget now one tools. Now that makes this bring again the importance of audit reports. government provide resources, okay, but are those resources used in the right way for the intended purpose who will benefit people? That's a whole another question. And we don't see the audit report that provide some of the answers to the day that a lot of issues there are issues around accountability, issues around transparency, issues around public officials be able to account for the resources being provided for them, for let them provide services. So the audit report will provide some answers that accountability, transparency is also a key concern. So yes, of course, service delivery is a challenge, more especially so with the health sector. Of course, water, not to talk about water, a number of people in the city do not have access to pipe-borne water. And the audit report, again, as you mentioned, talk about lack of basic facilities in the hospital, water, electricity, basic equipment. So for we, if government do budget, we expect the budget to gear towards address those basic things them where every civilian will come in contact with once they get sick or they need that facility for provide services for them.
All right. Thank you so much, Bakarr. I'll go over to T-Boy, then we go round up and let you go. Then we go continue, we will let you go since you don't spend a good number of time with we for talk about most of the issue, and we hope you will come back soon. But I'll go over to T-Boy if you get question for you.
Bakarr, I think you don't exhaust, you stay. Well, I say exhaust, not that we no want to keep you for long, but they realize now, so you don't pass 12 o'clock now, salon. Well, they go to 12 o'clock now. Yeah, we don't keep you for too long. But definitely, I know, but definitely, like Juma said, we won't forget you back again, maybe for another second round of this particular Auditor General's report. We don't come, but we look at. We're not able to talk about some details right now. Why is your hair? Because we will keep you for too long. But I know say una work na salon very challenging. And to be honest to you, if I be the do you work, sometimes maybe they may further arrest me because I know say I will not possibly have the amount of patience we get in terms of looking at some of the documents the way in the green can phone to you. I know you guys are asking questions, but most times your questions and if I don't have deaf ears or they need to pay attention to them or they just ignore them. But I believe say the paper trail we don't highlight, say the commoner, the Ministry of Finance. Yes, we are very good at that. At some point in Sierra Leone, we get all the rules them where we get within at the books. Then we'll quote them for you and we'll show you. But the concern how we execute them has always been the problem. So how una feel say una be able to execute most of una manage them and be consistent with them as we go, because this is not as we go. This is an ongoing process. Sometimes, whilst we are not in the ground right now, we cannot be able to push certain agendas then we possibly in our own table. But the day we step of foot in our salon, we go able for find way how we able for go into their areas then also and ask critical questions. Possibly we'll be able to get answers there. Possibly we might not be able to get answers, but we have the longest first-hand experience of what's on the face. What's in the hope going forward in terms of the work on they do and how we're not able for help for bringing calm people them accountable. And the other question is, how on earth we able for all nobody responsible for any misappropriation of funds over the past 10 years in Sierra Leone? Why is that?
Firstly, on the first question, they work with evidence. So they use evidence for engage, for get a constructive dialogue with government. And in all of these issues they do, we also want to see changes. We want to see improvements. So we normally use evidence for engage policymakers them for bring about change. In some instances, of course, they accept and then work on the alternative then what we provide. And some of the things they want to do, we are not always criticize, we also provide solutions that this is what is wrong, But if you do this and this will change. And we can also do that respectfully, because we also want the space for level student dialogue and for bring the issues as they are to the policymakers and political interactions. So we normally engage constructively for them, and in some instances, some actions are taken. In other areas, actions are not taken. But that no make we stop. We'll continue to gather the evidence. And the good thing about we will always gather concrete and authentic evidence where nobody will just fling away say no, it's not correct. And I who they use for engage. And as long as they use concrete evidence, that's all means for letting them listen, and possibly in some area they take actions. On the second question we raised on the on meeting against the second one, Tiboy, come back again.
Gets nobody for be held responsible for misappropriation of funds.
Some people, they don't find one thing, they don't hold them responsible. But now, small amount compared to the number of issues then we happen. So the truth here is there is still challenge in holding people accountable on the issues of the audit reports. And at that, we will continue to push for level accountability on public financial management. Some actions are taken, but not at a scale where we say much has been done. And we feel say the political will, backed by the implementation of those policies for the strengthening, the PAC in a parliament, need for up the game and do them supposed to do, conduct hearing, produce a report and the report, provide action recommendations. Minister of Finance gets a role for play, ACC gets a role for play. So it has to be a collective effort for ensure say public resources are protected and they're used the right way by how they're supposed to use them for benefit the ordinary citizens.
All right, thank you so much, Bakarr. Thank you for your time, and thank you for you and you know network of organizations for the good work they do. Let we not relent. It's not easy, because remember we will be about ban at a young stage where they try for form. It wasn't easy, but when I push, you know, the endurance. Well, I get somebody with the now one institution for that long. It shows perseverance, it shows passion, because if we go do anything else where they give money, you know, because we know I can say them briefcase non-profit organization or civil society where now outside the money they today if na AIDS program and they all they go. If na rape, that is all they go. You should have, you know, if we don't choose that, but you stayed focused and trying to protect and advocate for the benefit of all. So we truly appreciate you coming today, and we hope to get you again soon. And other members of our institution, like I say, we open a platform to anytime we wanna get issues of this nature, we wanna for talk about, you know, and we will help on our advocacy work for go before. Waiting are you last word for today's program to the family them regarding summarizing the audit report as we just talk about. Then we will continue now. We'll hopefully open the phone line just now. Oh, well, as we talk, possibly lights don't go on our tongue, so we don't lost Bakarr. But if you join me back, it will give you last one. But T-Boy, what's your take so far? And I get a few concerns them there. So, but what's your take so far?
You're asking about my take on Bakarr's response to all
yeah, Bakarr's, yes.
Well, I think Bakarr did very well, because for the kind of operations they really they run at Freetown and Sierra Leone in particular, I feel say they do the best they can. Like you clearly say, there are challenges, and I only get few things the normal way highlights where I feel to say still questionable on my own side, looking at things from the outside. One of the educational sector we say has improved. We don't get huge amounts of admittance. And again, that cannot justify quality education. That cannot justify education as has improved. Again, you can enroll 10,000.
Well, he was specific, really. He said the budgets, then the enrollment increase. But that not, and he said, but also the problem they now are the quality.
No, I didn't even talk about the quality there, but he said education don't improve. He don't talk about the quality. Just the improvement stage at which he made that statement is what I possibly would say, maybe not. Because again, like I say, increase in admittance of students does not change the platform of education. Right. Because you can enroll 10,000 students, it still not mean nothing for the education. So basically, the increment in budget, yes, facilitates the increased amount of people really enroll in our schools. But let's look at the enrollment structure. Where, how, and what level?
All right. But antidote to education, mostly we discuss.
Well, that's the area, the number we he highlights. We are saying, I just make response to. But overall, I think their work is challenging, and I can see the amount of struggle possibly where them will face in many areas. Salon is not an easy place to operate, especially if you want to be transparent. It doesn't matter whether you're in governance or you're not in governance. If you want to be transparent, you will find it very challenging because nobody believes in that. As far as I'm concerned, Salon, look at the statement what I seen on YouTube. I said Sierra Leone are the biggest dump for corrupt officials in all levels. And what is now they mean I'm for sure is the biggest dump of corrupt officials in government institutions or whichever way you might look at it. Because when I see is it the assistant or the assistant auditor general in delivery, you just see now like a way you talk at people that we don't understand what you say. Even when they question you, you just see the amount of arrogance and the amount of aggression in delivery. And that's how people operate in Sierra Leone. They use force and raise their voice for intimidate people they're unable for articulate to their own level. We have very good speakers in Sierra Leone. Daniel, you need to count and be continuing. We're very good at making stories. We're very good at telling you what you want to hear.
What we want you to hear.
Well, now they say, they tell you what thing they want for make we hear, but do something totally different. How on earth, even if, well, the guy they tell me say they actually investigate the office of the president and vice president. Yes, they were audited.
So but then why not appear at the report?
Because you know, reach the threshold for appearing at the report, because so many other agencies, them or ministries, they not also appear now the report. But I hold him accountable on one side where he make a statement about the foreign offices. Then on their report on the foreign offices, then they may get for go back from 2017. Yeah, then go back from 2017 and state out all the amount of concerns that we then get right up to date. So I'm thinking, if you can do that to foreign offices, why not do that simultaneously on all other areas of specific? And he also highlights, say, there was a huge concern. Now, like there was a witch hunt, not a witch hunt itself, but now, like there was a witch hunt for audit the president in office 2022, right? So I'm thinking
by who that?
Well, I don't know. By the people. Well, like I say, he not say the word witch hunt, but he said there was a huge demand by public demand for audits the president in office 2022 or 2021. No, 2021. So there was a huge amount of discrepancies that we come out of that audit report today. And another amount of concerns they will come out of the audit report of 2021 and the president and vice president in office. Now they make huge recommendations where the office of the president follow. And we say, we for be happy because the recommendations the way they make people then they adhere to their recommendation, especially the office of the president and the vice president in office, and also other institutions. So we will be happy for that. Can you imagine?
So, but then again, if the recommendations then become so helpful based on the 2020 audit report where they published in 2021, if those recommendations highlighted the gaps, you understand, where they use and improve the process, why you suspend the people there and try for criminalize the people there where actually do the work for, for pick them here, where not been they go well. You understand what I mean, T-Boy? Because look, if you go to the Audit Service Sierra Leone website, if you look at the number 3 person, right, and they look at the top 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, the top 5, okay? That means the Auditor General and the Deputy Auditor Generals, okay? The Auditor General, the one way we also are doing the substantive, when Mrs. Lara Taylor-Pearce, then put her name in red. Why do you have to single her out and put her name in red, for example? You want to say because now, and I name number you put out. You not put out all the other line in position and in responsibility, just in name number. Then what do you notice? Again, now that top 5 day, what do you notice?
What? There is a gap in one of the responsibilities.
Uda name, under Uda name.
Tamba Momoh.
Okay, and who is Mr. Tamba Momoh?
I think I know Tamba Momoh.
That the other person will then suspend. And his role directly now for audit the president and vice president's office. Yes. So he now him be the lead the audit team where been did it. Okay. And these people did not go out and go manufacture documents. Audit is simple. See, boy, now wait till you give me what can I use? When you show me, I ask you, I say, okay, boy, show me all what you can I use now. You show me a kitchen, all you pot, you pan them, you show me a fridge, everything inside. So now what you show me, what you give me, now they watch. Okay, this brady are waiting at boy fridge, you don't expire or no, you don't expire it. At least now fake thing buy, or if you tell me say you get 5 chair and the police to give me what can I put chair with the other chair, boy.
Simple. Make we say safe.
Yeah.
Make we say safe. The office of the president and vice president don't adhere to recommendation. Why can't you put that on paper?
Thank you very much. Because audit report not means say you just put negative things.
Exactly.
The other day is supposed to appear at the report say
exactly. Why can't you put it on paper? Because
the recommendations and then don't implement all. As a result of that, this don't be best practice. What they expect all the other places here. But you omit them completely, and now you they use the word meet threshold, Papa God, because you always have benchmark.
Of course, and the benchmark you want to me say from the loss of from losing 182 billion in 2021.
In 2020.
Well, in 2020 for 2021 report. So that means there is not going to be any mishap.
Yeah.
That's a small money. This is 182 billion leones cash.
Yeah.
Misinformed. And then the year after, reached threshold. So that means everything that happened at the office of the president was on spot.
Right.
Was
quick and clean. You don't get no dots, you don't get no balls.
Nothing was on point. Everything was on point. Bang.
If that is the case, not only they use as banner for the president,
I use that as the template for sure. Say things are changing.
Right.
Things won't change.
But then
the president 10 million for transport. This is how he spent the 10 million. The president in office 15 million for buy furniture and for renovate in restroom. This is how the money was spent. So basically, they meet all the threshold criteria for the spending of the disbursement of funds at the office. This is the result. Why wouldn't you be proud of that document if it is?
But again, T-Boy, you had a criminal thing, something where criminal, fake receipts. Now the president's office, fake receipts. Then the impending. So what is happening about that? So that they don't go whip, it don't the fake receipt
not going to be investigated.
Well, it was investigated and caused the problem.
Yeah, well, why is it not going to be investigated? There is nothing going to happen after that investigation. It will happen. So basically, now the end result for say the president made the threshold, so we don't go past that now. So let's forget it. Let's move on. That's what they are saying.
So if that is the case, why you suspend the person and you always supervise the this whole audit? You not suspend them for other things, but only suspended them for the issue will happen at president's office and vice president's office. Then the other year, now you say, oh no, the president's office and vice president's office, they don't get no problem. All thing clean, all thing correct now.
And you know, say in them also just name in Reddit, but it's also a link that doesn't exist. Go and click it for take it to another page.
Oh, okay, because they try for clear, see, so they put a link there.
Yeah, but the link not so they just
then web profile everything.
Yeah. So the other like I said, they asked earlier on if they are still on salary. I don't know.
They're supposed to be because they suspended pending this. You know, sack them, you know, find them wanting. This now you decide, say professional misconduct. Because if now they make the decision, if you don't make them, because not only they make the decision, obviously they're supposed to be not to even half, they're supposed to be on full salary. But that is not the issue here, T-Boy. These are professionals doing their job. You they try for use pettiness, politics, your own private and personal vendetta for say, I go show you who that na me because me na president, I go hold you to ransom. If you did not work for your paper, that's your problem. But these are people who they work. Tamba Momoh, you know, I don't sabi him in person. I don't hear about this guy in good thing the way they do, how thorough he is. APC people have been afraid of. APC people, and they tell you, not to joke, I tell you so. APC people know why I read the name Tamba Momoh. They're scared of him. This is a time of ministers, head of governance, people, what you call her. Then they afraid just the name number say Tamba Momoh. If they read number say they can't work in the area. All man they button up. All man they stand alert because the guy na professional, not so yuki. Asabi name but not ever sabia. That's the kind of person. Who say don't ever hear about Lara say mix pack this joke here, that this calcal where they make all jabla business. You don't hear his name?
No. Well, Jima, listen to this.
Sorry, quickly. Bakarr highlights something. What he say? He say audit service don't improve from not having a report for 5 years to having a report every year. Now, under in watch.
No. Okay. On the documents, it says we classify the irregularities during our audits under the following categories. Payment without supporting documents. Payment interest advance not retired. Payroll deficiencies. Non-performance supply as per contract agreement. Deficiencies in stores and assets management. Revenue not brought to account, and statutory deductions and contributions as in payee and assets not paid. So basically, these are just 6 or 7 categories of the amount of irregularities the way the audit reports bring out within their audit investigation. So now let's look at figures. Yeah, Juma? I will say, according to Mr. Bakarr, I'll not be able to put the figures them together properly, but I'll just take a number as it is. 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. is a combination of 661 billion of cash misappropriation of fund. Cash. 661 billion. Wow. I beg if anybody's a bit maths, they can just do that calculation for me, make it tell me almost that it will be in dollars.
So now,
not in pounds.
So just for these 4 years.
Just for these 4 years. So 661 billion. Then I just one entity, cash loss. Then I cash loss. So economics for all the other loss them. Then the calculation I make on the amount where Bakarr just give it, where I not put the point something, then will the point then just take away them. I just put the first figures the number. Yeah. So now, if we get then kind institutions they have so where they lost such amount of money in government resources, are we really poor?
We all know say this is not about poverty issue. For me, the bottom line is if the aid rotten, boy, if the aid is rotten, the rest of the fish no mean nothing. You know why they say that? And this is important. It's not like I'm trying to draw the conversation to that end again. If you're reading Bakarr say, he say there was one report where they talk about say they issue funds for do certain things.
Then in plenty.
Then give the funds, but the project was not implemented. That money they go fake. So let's watch who that then give that contract they for. So you go watch you draw the line now. You see how the rope they go draw bush. But if president's office can get away with fake receipts, who else you expect to account? Because who that the box stop with? If the president can get away, you can't hold me. Where they say that the PAN write notes or the president in write notes say like give this person this contract.
Okay, you see that issue the way Bakarr highlights so a huge under education.
Right.
A huge under education where now they in the sector where they don't increase budgets.
Budgets, exactly.
It's huge. All right. Let's go to tax liabilities without evidence of payment. Tax liabilities without evidence of payment. Look, we tell you the amount of billions we lost here under 524 billion, 785 million, 966,669.68 pence. Just on tax liabilities without evidence of payment. I don't understand. 524 billion, 785 million, 966,669.68 pence or cents. Juma, when you talk about the billions of leons where they go missing as salon, this now just on tax. So my calculation for the 4 years, now 661 billion or so. Now this now just on tax liabilities without evidence of payment. Now 524 billion already.
So waiting the tax waiting, they not pay tax or they not see receipt.
Evidence of payments when you not see receipt for.
Lord have mercy.
So this now tax liabilities without evidence of payment. So basically, and then they go under GST, goods and services tax, then put the amounts where go missing the corporation tax, pay as you earn tax, personal income tax, withholding tax, domestic excise tax, extractive industry tax, then debt customs department. So basically, these are just on tax liabilities. To be honest, Juma, something in the when you talk about salon, not to bleed, you have the bleed. Now, something really beyond your heart bleeding. Now you
almost bottle at don't promote it.
It is not just pathetic, but it is a shame to be a civil union. Do we have the opportunity to have independent auditor generals to come to civilian and possibly just audit one particular sector of relying ministries then if possible? Because sometimes we possibly need that. Because
but what would that yield? Because why would they get every day where the constitution make provision for? Just doing their job costs them everything, just being diligent, being professional, doing what's in the interest of the people of Sierra Leone, in the interest of what you campaign for to get you to governance. That the last government, they be yuki, then thief, then corrupt, then this, then that, then all, what you call up. You say you come on transparency, accountability, good governance, you understand, for can't fight corruption, no sacred cows. But then, young cow, you know, just sacred, you ain't billing them pana back. When they ask you, say, then call up billing, they way hang pana. Now, problem, you say they're not for ask you back.
Juma, I listened to the president in interview over BBC about transparency and corruption. I don't know whether he can listen to himself, because if I'm coming and play an video, they also make it say exactly what he said 4 years ago. Because you see something there, I can say these guys are making us look like we are so stupid. We don't even know what we're saying. We don't even know what we're doing. We are just full of nothing. That's the whole picture they are painting to us. And if you sit on back, you look at what's in the happen at Salon. Now, then they make like for self audit report not exists. Like it doesn't exist. The report don't come out, we don't forget about time. No, move on.
Because that's their want.
Yeah, but that's the business as usual. Let's move on.
Now that they want. And when you decide not for play ball, then say you professional misconduct. Because see, but I tell you, say this has nothing different from what the president been say doing in town hall meeting.
Which particular one you are making?
One way with Umar Fofana, we ask him about the Auditor General specifically.
He said the Auditor General, he referred to him like that woman there or something.
Yeah, that woman. And if if he cannot stand it, he don't come to the kitchen.
Compared to
criticize me web. So wife then criticize her with a column. Then I want. But remember, he said something during that town hall meeting where he say, if you know they support him and you know they work with him, want nothing for do with you. They ask him a follow-up question. He say, oh, if you are not for me, that means you are against me. So that means now that retaliation day.
Yeah, but that's true. That's him.
Exactly.
There's no two way about him on that.
So that's the retaliation where you use and then they cost the country, because you think that okay, I do Lara Taylor-Pearce and not really listen to me, possibly, or Tamba Momoh and one show say I'm a professional. All right, I go show now that I'm the president. Now, yeah. So you don't satisfy. But look at what you're costing the country.
He doesn't care about that. Juma, you tell me when Udago so care about Salon and ready for pledge the country to foreign people them for 25 years or 20 years. Now, the reason I have for bringing this, I sit down the other day and I think say, hold on a sec. We can get an international foreign company where they can deep into the security apparatus of Sierra Leoneans. We not get no rights to do that. You tell me, say, if you didn't say England, they not get technology in this world, then we can left the immigration to a foreign company for on the one way self we they use international hotline when foreign people in the peak we emergency call line then where them done subcontracts to India. Then stop and within a couple of months. Now they bring and come back small. They want for integrate and back again because of cost. Now, I'm not going to talk, say you take your whole security apparatus, because when you left the airports for being run by an international body, it means they control your airspace. They don't only control your airspace, they control your in and outgoing of the people that comes to your country. They collect all that database and put it together for possibly a purpose that we don't even know. So what is the guarantee for, say, my documentation is going to be scanned and used for the purpose of that particular thing when have somebody else within a different country they wanna? We all know the amount of dodgy activities where they happen in Turkey.
But you're talking about Turkey. The Turkish company is just a front. This is one.
Whether it's a front, or it's not a front, the fact of the matter is they will be sitting on that desk, they will be running affairs.
See, boy, and I tell you the dangerous part of it.
Go on.
This company is a front for Russian company, Russian operations.
Okay.
And I tell you, say, that's a joke force. Russian operations. Now they get this Suma group, they just put the Turkish company as front. But we'll discuss that on another program. Let people understand the dangers behind this. Just because two people, one for profiteer, gets stake, gets commission inside this, you hand over everything, you security now. Now one grade nobody sit down and don't take over saloon. One grade.
Oh, obviously. But the security apparatus is going to be handed to foreigners. So basically, that is possible.
Do you know why I saw that made me laugh? Do we have gendarmeries in Sierra Leone?
Gendarmeries?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We don't.
Maybe they've been integrated back into Sierra Leone.
So if you look at the so-called new bill, the way they say they bill for presidential guard, the name there, it's not presidential guard, they say gendarmerie. I didn't know, I don't know when we don't ever get gendarmerie, now we security, forces, a special group where they call gendarmerie.
Well, let me say something I'm not integrated back into, because gendarmerie is a special French auxiliary. Then a special force with a French auxiliary. So basically, I don't know. Anyway, to be honest, if we begin look at the audit report of Sierra Leone, anybody will get time, not read the whole book because you could possibly feel say it's a waste of time. It's about how many pages? Almost. It's about 349 pages. I beg, please.
Take your calculator.
If you have time, read it. But if you don't forget heart attack, just read the first 20 pages.
Take your calculator. Let me check the people heading at the tribunal, their salary, the full people. Yeah, 60 million. No, say average 50 million. Let's be generous. Average 50 million for one person per month.
Well, no.
Because almost now 70 million almost. So let's take one person for. So let's say average 50.
At what? 50 million?
Yeah, for one person times 4, that's 200, right? Okay, times what? 12.
So 50 million times 12.
No, 50 million times 4 is 200 million per month, then times are by 12 months.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, 2,400 million. 24. What?
So 200 million. So you just calculate that. So let people imagine now, before people let they collect 200 million for months. So for the 10 months almost.
So 200 million, 400,000.
2.4 billion just on salary.
2.4 billion. Okay.
Right? Or trillion or whatever. You understand? So now that number 9, then they collect, right? So you expect, what are they trying for a driver? If 4 people they shape 200 million per month. You have, if you visit that case, they were laid on.
That case is not get for done.
It's not get for done. Why?
And I just, apart from the money saving the collects, the case now strategy for making delay process tell them command power.
Exactly. So that strategy 1, 2, they were also they make money. They not go one for the case done. Who that they pay their expense they at the country. So you hold people to ransom. You try for poor people and career. And you make like what you say just now, if anybody they talk about it report again, nobody talking about it report.
Yeah.
Anymore. Because it's not get substance. You don't know for say you get 4 people them where they fetch for position now. Now where the other die where they can they you get the people there, they can fetch then they can bid for competition, whether they bid your next Auditor General. How would you be fighting to replace someone that is still the Auditor General? But what you get for do? Would they begin watch credentials then now soon?
Juma, you know what I make an analysis? Okay, watch credentials not to justify what we the talk about, because again, the credential not measure it to the position of the job where the person they go hold. Then I want 2, you they get the credential, you don't have the personal skills for interpret your credentials into action.
But so, this not ethical institutions as a you know, accountant or people that them feel the first thing you're not supposed for lie. You understand? You know they lie. So if you they lie, you first you're not credible. How you go audit people there?
Ojima, the assistant auditor general where they got now we see 90% of the message why you all not lie. So let me say, do we really need to take our time to justify that? I don't think. Yes, we can clarify and justify that for the public knows say these are not credible people, they are liars, they have misinformed the community or the people of Sierra Leone, then they mix government information and twist them the way how they want. So why would you go really waste your time? Because we don't already see the practice.
No, but people need to know this.
People know that already, Juma.
People need to
know that already. And then make I say, when you talk to people that we don't understand the logic behind what you say, then they see like, these guys have to talk. Tell them. Speak English for them. Teach them what's in an sabi. It's true. You are talking to a bunch of Sierra Leoneans that cannot question you because you've been selective about your audience.
Exactly.
So they've been selective about their audience. They know the one way they bring come. These are all, no disrespect to them, Juma, to be honest to you. Because when you see somebody where you get people away now financial journalism they do. You tell me all that people away to that press conference room day. Now financial journalism. You tell me what? I love you to say any one of them they say we get any kind of financial possibly background or audit background or anything we get for do with financial institution background as them practice in their career. Because there is journalism and there are various forms of journalism. Various forms.
Expert areas.
Thank you. If you want to can do journalism on accounting, yes, you can. So basically, you go study the elements of law surrounding financial institutions. You go study your elements of journalism around financial institutions. So basically, you know the right questions to ask. You know how to ask questions in regards to financial status or financial activities. You get to know you fiscal this, you fiscal that, you turnover, you this, that. You cannot speak the financial language. You cannot be a financial journalist.
Yeah, but so because you talk about what you go ask me and all that.
Sorry?
I say when you they ask, and again, that just show the reason why make them they go to them place then they. That guy go talk down on people because they go to safe space. Side away comfortable for bully and talk.
Yeah, but now they say you select the audience. You select the audience. If you really want to talk about your audit reports, find a specific audience who you know for say will actually question you appropriately. Ask you the right question.
Bring experts them together, call them, say, you know, we don't pull this audit report to one for you. We don't review them, we don't analyze that. What questions do you have? Let them ask you technical questions. Then I can discuss that.
Thank you. I mean, how you go ask the Minister of Information for can deliberate on the audit report? What's in enrolled? Minister of Information. Then they can talk about audit reports. Then they justify the audit reports. Then for tell you say, okay, we go do extensive investigations. It's all allegations until proving guilty or not guilty. All these audit reports we are not see so 340 pages is just hearsay.
Yeah.
Nothing has been proven, right or wrong.
But it's again, this is the big fool this way that they do. Because It's not government against the Audit Service Sierra Leone.
That's what they're saying.
Now, if you say waiting there, they not prove, and now you give them the paper, for God's sake. Now you provide the information to them. Then tell you say, we they can't see the Tibo, we they can't use. Make available all, send a list to Wiba. We been send. We been give you so money. All right, yes, you don't send the money. We they can't use now. And Chibi say you don't buy chair, then also. All right, make sure say the chair they all available. They all come it 2 chair, way normal, way proper. 1 chair with 2 foot. Then the other 2 chair they're missing. Then we write and down. We meet 2 chair. The other 2 chair gets 2 foot. The other 2 them or the other one missing. You say you get 5 chair, right? So we put. You say you get 5. We not see 1. 2 proper. The other 2 don't broke. So now 2 sober chair, 2 broke chair, and 1 missing chair. Now right. Now the report.
Saying that on the audit report, it says 2 issues brought to the attention of the committee are the non-submission of requested documents by auditees during the audit process. Can you imagine requested documents by auditees during the audit process, which are eventually submitted at the PAC hearing, and our performance audit reports that are not given the desired attention?
Example, little broken down, boy. Me, I like for broken down.
Go on.
Now you can't tell me, say, you don't go buy 1 bag rice. Right? I say, okay, you don't buy 1 bag rice. Where the rest? I don't eat all. Okay, give me the receipt. Where you buy the rest? I don't get problem. You don't buy rest. The rest now for eat, no so. Okay, where the receipt? You say you know they give me receipt. So I write and don't say. You buy 1 bag rice, you don't eat some, but you don't give me receipts. Now, bad the auditor then do.
I'm not for say so, because not to say you tell me. So that means
you now request and from you know so. I don't say proper you forgive me.
No.
And I don't say you lie. I say you don't give me receipt. And you don't give me receipt. Or you say you go waka, you go hotel, you come.
You spend $10,000.
You spend $10,000 for hotel.
I say hotel La Bamba. That's okay.
Hotel La Bamba, hotel Cabinda. Yeah. Well, I say, okay, give me the receipt. You give me receipt. Then I call hotel Cabinda. I say,
hotel Cabinda say, not to you.
T-boy, no. No one they get like T-boy now. No can. Within which period? Because T-boy, let me tell you something. You see. $25. If I spend $25, I get for submit receipt. Anything from $25 upwards, I get for submit receipt. Then there's something happen. Okay, I get X amount where I supposed for spend, but then with tax and the tip, it go over by $26. This is a practical example I tell you. So waiting they happen on my own line of work every day. It go up by $26. So I submit my report, my expense report. Until I spend, I carry it, I submit all the receipt. And the receipt they do. They go there watch and I say, okay, fine, we don't see the receipt, but we are approved for let you spend this. So the other $26, do you call the bank, let you pay? Simple. They don't have problem with me. I produce receipt. The receipt get date, get time, get waiting. If they want to go back to that company there for see, indeed, if I go there, they will tell because you get time stamp, you get for correspond with the I call them the credit card statement, the time, and the area USA spender. So not so magic business. So the $26 I get for pay and I may get for pay. I don't say about.
For justify your statement on the audit report, it reads documents not submitted for other departmental receipts. Listen up. Document not submitted for other departmental receipts. Non-tax revenue of $41.13 billion was disclosed in the GPFS in respect of the Sierra Leone Civil Aviation Authority. However, there was no evidence to determine the accuracy and completeness of these amounts. That's not for just justify your statements relating to the report itself. And
right.
then
so this is a 2021 report, eh?
Yeah.
So what's different with this report and the other one we say we come and give we receipts, then we call for verify the receipts. The people call say they were not being then answered as guests. Simple. How does that constitute professional misconduct?
Plenty. If we say we relate that, I think say we will spend the whole night for today, because a professional misconduct now where actually go by the rules of the game.
Right.
But how can you be dismissed when you go by the rules of the game? You give me an evidence, I trace the evidence and cross-check that the evidence that you're giving me is correct. So in the court of law, what do you need to do with evidence? They need to cross-examine evidence.
Of course, they turn around, they look at the authenticity or see if it's credible and all of that. Even witness.
They cross-examine witness. They cross-examine
for know whether it's a lie or it's credible.
Because witness na evidence, because that evidence is not the witness for a particular.
Exactly.
So basically, the receipt was the witness for the activity will occur. So if you witness not credible, you witness proven to be otherwise, and you witness tell me say, oh, I give alibi for this person because he been there with me. And then can say, okay, see what if you been say Juma been there with you, what you and Juma been they do at that particular point in time where Juma been there with you? Because Juma tell me something where Una been they do. And then me I don't kind of like say yes, I agree say Juma been there with me, but unable for tell the courts what's in me and you been they do.
Correct.
So basically, your alibi is void because what you say to the court behind the scenes when they investigate, when I ask you question, you say me and Tibabi they play Ludo. Then me can tell them something totally different when they're asking for those games self. We will watch television. Exactly. So Una also don't discredit that particular evidence. So the evidence is void. So I don't see any amount of professional misconduct here now. So now being the person who work out the evidence in position now for defending evidence. So you don't investigate the evidence, but at the cross-examine your investigation and tell you say, yes, this particular hotel exists, and I give you the number of the manager, name him, book me. And guess what? Presidential protocol, the president they issue the receipts.
Thank you. So why the president for take offense? If
not really they issue the receipts. So in there we need for argue. Now that it's simple. Protocol officers then they where they prepare the president in visit in advance. Way in advance, maybe sometime in 1 month, because the president gets a calendar of activities the way they do for the next 6 months. When you go for book an appointment with the president and they tell you, okay, look, we check the president in diary, look to see when you're available. Or the president get engagement in Russia, they go Germany, they go Ukraine, they get appointments in Salon, they get appointment at this ministry, that ministry. Mostly internal affairs, meaning in meetings them, it can cancel for international activities, which we know. So there is a protocol process where the president they go through, where him it just they pass the order number, say, I'm flying to Jamaica next month. Protocol officer, and they all go down, make sure say the president in office or in outside they go, it's been booked, it's been checked, it's been properly, securely checked. Everything is being paid for in advance, whether they go for pay for them or not. So I don't understand the justification behind that. So professional misconduct means what? Okay, like we say, you don't
doing the right thing that did not please the president, the first lady, and the people around them. None are professional misconduct, just for doing the right thing. Carrying out your professional responsibility where the Constitution gives you but because it not sits well with the president in wealth and few people around her, that constitutes professional misconduct in their books. Simple. So I'm going to retaliate. I'll hold you to ransom and show you, say, now me get power. Yes. Then what else after that? You ridicule yourself.
Well, it's just a sad situation we will find with it because the way how they look at things right now as alone. Now, I don't know how they head for. We don't go beyond the gutters because if we have a situation where we don't able to hold anybody accountable in certain institutions, that means we will be on the gutters because at the end of the day, the amount of billions of leones that is going out of the coffers of Sierra Leone, I think it's a shame. So,
in relation to Mr. Maury Lansana, we be talking at our press conference, the Assistant Auditor General, it make me laugh small.
It upsets me. It upsets me.
No. I'm not upset. I'm not upset at all.
No, I am.
So he used the Constitution for highlight everything.
Yeah.
Everything we justify the Auditor General's office, the office of the Auditor General, way for do, how he protects them, how nobody not for dictates to them.
Now you start with.
One for say, now request you the request.
Now you start with.
Yeah, now you start with a later foundation day. But when you follow that rule, you are unprofessional.
Of course.
That leads to your suspension.
Now you are the problem more.
and then delete you responsibility. Then change you what you call officer title to red.
And then they make a link.
Yeah, they make a link where not exists. So you try for prove whose point. You just expose yourself to more ridicule. And
so basically, this assistant or deputy or whoever it is, in them not in this chat, also.
No, they Maury Lansana.
Who's that?
He's Assistant Auditor General.
Wow.
Yeah, they number something and I watch him.
I don't know if me blind no.
The one where they after Mohamed Jul Debari. And I'm Maury Lansana.
Okay. Is that foul?
Yeah, an assistant, one of the assistants there. So, and again, on issues like this, where the way how the deputy minister highlights the importance of the audit report and how important, why the acting auditor general no good for good talk?
I don't know.
You send one of the assistants, you know, even send one of the deputies themselves.
Because it's not important.
It's not important to them. Then I will just fulfill no more, right?
They fulfill the task.
No, because they perfect for position, I mean.
So you're fighting for a position and you're still able for deal with the situation for Sweden. So because
the position where they fight for, all man they bargain. Say pa me if you tell me say la wash your foot, the la right that the audit report say, you know, your foot's not gold at the right hand. So now I will tell you about say it's very important for let we look at the people that we serve with. In the future we'll get to that. Sierra Leone is sad, T-boy.
No, Sierra Leone is not sad. Not to sadness alone, we're not sad. Trust me, Juma. We are way beyond sadness. To be honest, sometimes I can just sit on my sister, but I'm tired. Because the headache is beyond reality. Because you dey sleep, you dey grab, you dey see people and they suffer the consequences of mismanagement. You dey sleep, you dey grab, you dey see people and they go through hardship on account for, because most of the hardship when they go through in a salon, you shouldn't. You dey grab, you dey sleep, you dey grab, you dey look at the judiciary system where don't take a different turn because that doesn't even exist in Sweden anymore. You dey sleep, you dey grab, you dey see salon way. Salon man are the law for himself.
Right. And wait, you know what kind of remind you know? What Mr. Moreland say? He say president's office and vice president's office not meet the threshold, right? And they don't implement all the recommendations from the 2020 audit report.
And they not adhere to them.
They don't adhere to. You know why? What you notice say don't change?
I don't know.
Okay. At the beginning, highlight them to you. One, the president where they travel, they know they announce them again. So you know they know the number of people they travel. Yeah, the number of people waiting at the delegation. So you know not most people where they double dip and per diem anymore. Now because you been get a list, now you go make you know most people they double dip and per diem. Now because you get a list, now you go know who that been go tap in a hotel or would I just go on a private trip or where they collect the hotel money, then go stay to party host. So they're not get for announcer. So you see the pattern them, eh? So when you know write them, it not exist, so you not get for report them. So that's exactly what they do. And you know what's in this exposed? You remember a few years back when the president, the right say for let them give open check to the president to parliament. So that's what they're doing now by force.
So now like a blanket check that nobody knows exactly how much they spending, what they spend, what's needed.
Correct. Yes. So now we take how we want to spend, how we want 50%. You know the audit.
So what is the possibility of going back into records of auditing that particular office 5 years from now?
Well, that's where anti-corruption comes in. Because if you fail for do that, these are criminal offense because you're supposed to retire every expense. You provide, this is not a personal purse. This is government money, like how Bakarr been said earlier. So now the people's resources. It's not your money. And I can give you an example about me. I get them, I spend them, I produce them, but they say, no, we agree you spend them. You don't do receipts, yes, but what we give you approval for, now this amount, X amount, but then you were $26 over. So the $26, you pay them no more.
Wow. Yuma, I think
and this was a personal trip now, work trip I go power. It's justified, but
no, you compare $25 to 25 billion. Now you make comparison.
Well, an example. So when the reason maker, if you get for pay $25, then people get away with billions of leons, hundreds of billions of leons. Just like that, and then they take them how they want and then Sheba, this tell up put now susu business. Okay, Tiboy, we paddy this time I they take 5 paddy, I they take 1. Next time I they take 6 paddy, then you take 1. And that 9 and 8.
And the other day for justify the reason why I make the president travel with the financial secretary and in chief minister and the minister of finance on every single trip where they go in his car with them to be there because they balance the books.
So they don't balance the books there before they come. So all correct.
Yeah. So basically, then they justify the reason why they offer travel because those are 2 key positions. One, I don't see really why the president should be traveling with the Minister of Finance. If not, then they go deal with in financial affairs. So basically, I'm a personal accountant. Yeah. Because now they get the money.
It's a serious question. If we can go back in time. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because the reason we can ask so now because the rules of Sierra Leone states within the constitution say therefore investigate or therefore audit every head of parasites or every ministries, including the office of the president and vice president, right? Regardless of anything, whether it meets the threshold, it not meet the threshold, we should still have a report on good practices.
So what is a threshold for a public institution where they collect public funds, where they get
threshold? Now, in fact, say we not they audit them because we believe say they have complied to all our recommendations. And our recommendations, we still don't know what are the recommendations. That is 1 and 2. 3, the recommendations then where the president in office don't adhere to hasn't been documented, so we don't know what they are. We cannot justify them. We cannot even look at or read or even analyze. None of it. Again, the president is flying all over the world with us. Amount of delegates flying with him. We're inside in the lodge. what you need to do. These are like a way they run in private business. That is exactly what is happening. And let me ask, we can go back in time and then see whether this particular office can be audited back again. Because if we not get result or record of activities of 2022, which is primarily important because we are now coming to election year. So what has conspired where the year before that, the president in office lost 182 point something billion loans, way higher than all the previous years then. Higher than all the previous years then, just 2021, 182 billion. The first one will have been the highest, have been 2019, 177.6 billion. That are just physical loss. So basically what we are saying now, or what they say, now, if you reduce ourselves to maybe 1 billion, I will understand. No,
so you negotiate down, let it take down
the because I know if you can say, okay, Juma, 182 billion. Okay, look, say 182 loans, for example. Yeah, 182 loans, 9 are losses this year for my business. Okay, then I give financial report now for next year. So me board of directors and say, me at the financial sector now, Sierra Leone Media, I want for Guna the accounts for 2022. 2021 are losses 182 loans. No, I will say 182 pounds along the day. Then 2022, I know losses nothing. And I'm not even going to know reports. You're not going to believe me?
Well, thank you very much. So this is exactly my point. I make reference with the 20.
You're not going to believe me?
Of course, we will not believe you. Definitely, because we'll say something wrong.
Okay.
You know, because you can't go from really, really bad to excellent within a space of a year.
You know the example I want you so?
Yeah, go ahead.
Was.
Exactly. Was result. Exactly.
Results.
Yeah, from 4% pass rate to 99.9% pass rate.
Only that this government now you see that.
Yes.
So from 182 billion to 0.00.
Yeah, yeah.
Go on,
no, it's I want to say, not exactly what they say so. That's why I compare. Because if you look at this government is very strategic in terms of doing the wrong things. Okay? All the wrong things. And they really think the people of Sierra Leone are stupid. What they don't understand is a lot of people now, they refuse for talk. They're quiet. That's it. Because with the type of pains, we say, oh, we did not implement all the recommendation, the president's office and vice president's office not meet the threshold for let it include in the report. Now for try for say that you then talk about professional misconduct with Lara, now they try for justify so using this the new report. You understand? Say, oh, and remember what the guy says, he said people were anxious, right? To audit the president's office. People be really anxious. So you are aware, you're conscious, and you decided not to do it because you want to prove a point. So you see now, Lara na be the problem, oh. In Tamba Momoh na be the problem. You see now, where another day again, the president's not corrupt again. Then because they lie by the president, must say in office corrupt, they make fake receipts. That's exactly what they do. But do you think these people of Sierra Leone will believe that based on the examples they will make? So just no, definitely not.
You get the fool and stupid one and really believe that. Don't say definitely not. You get the sycophants that really believe that. You get the one that really ought to know better, they believe that. You get the one that really still eat guys, but they believe that. You get the one that really don't know what they stand for, but they believe that. You get the one that really say praise the Lord because you fit to say the person of Jesus Christ. They believe that. So yes, of course, there are certain people within Sierra Leone that believes in that. And then go tell you say this is not the most transparent government ever in Sierra Leone, from who we ever born. We never see anything this clear cut, crisp clear. No, there one box, no question mark. It was a crisp clear. You watch if lights don't go and lights there.
Yeah, I watch, so I really watch.
It's clear.
I watch if Dami they talk to on some voice.
Because if me stupidly sit down and they think say we can't really move forward, where everything that belongs to Sierra Leone is being hung, and everything where we don't do na salon, lots of government money do now international funding. I don't understand though, because you are telling me that if I'm wrong, I go bust to you say I don't bill us na me money, and that us they were billing na me money. I dey pay back for him for 20 years before it becomes my house. But I mean, when I take bill money.
Yes. I because that be no school, I mean bring you can at all.
No, the no school no self bring at least he get news. Now the we no get news. So to be honest to you, I see a lot of stuff happening now. Okay, no problem. But like the way they say, when was I don't pass guy, I let you put sugar, you put milk, you put honey.
Now water guy.
The water.
It is sweet.
It is sweet. If it's sweet yourself, you go say, this is sweet as much. Now put some more water. That's exactly where we are right now. We are in a situation where they say where Bondono rights, let me go back to school.
Sally Pack matter go back now.
Because at the end of the day, whatever you might think you're doing now, that's why you have a bunch of civilians and they still they backward, or we not even think of going forward now in life. Because to be honest to you, you get they don't make civilians then believe say them for always they say yes or yes ma to people. That's one thing that I so hate. They make we know we able for get rid of some of the issues the way we face in salon, because still people are saying yes ma and yes sir. So certain people that we do not even deserve yes man, yes sir. Because me, if you're crooked than I am, I will not even acknowledge your presence.
Well, that's exactly my point earlier. Where Bakarr they say the political will and for anti-corruption. What anti-corruption will do? If the aid don't go to waiting themselves, if they don't double dip in a state house, they don't forge receipts. What about me 100 million where me take, where then give me for go make projects, I take the money, I go make party, they are not make the project, they are submit reports, say I don't make projects. White elephant project will not exist. Why?
Yeah.
Nobody go hold me because that money they say now we shape I swear.
Yeah.
The 100 million, the 100 million are 20 million, no more me get that the mommy I get the 80 million. Now I have to be also right now.
I can always say, Lord, go no more. Lord, go. If it gets to some stage now, salon with some man for looking self-pin, it come out. So can
the airport we got for discussion because
there's a lot of stuff we get for discuss, not just the airports no more. Because they're plenty right now. And all what thing we discuss now, what thing governments put in money power.
Yes.
What thing government puts money power because anybody can come and invest in a salon. Will they justify whether a government or private or company or NGO or international funding? Because hands of our girls, the international funding. Free education, the international funding. What else?
Free sanitary pad,
the international funding. So what thing we don't do as Sierra Leone?
That was the question I was asking. I say, if the government of Sierra Leone, they will tell me promise, the bakery, the bakery, they make contain up past $1 million for building that bakery.
And we don't get bridge.
Yeah.
Somebody asked me yesterday, say, hold on. Yeah, partners have been demanded to. Now, the Lunge Bridge. So, also, we switch now for go to the airport.
Thank you very much. Well, the Lunge Bridge na Bunia, you know, say the president be say, they don't implement from A to Z now na Bunia de Pangri. So the Lunge terminal na Bunia. But if you're not able to build $1 million bakery where you say for employ 5,000 youths. 5,000 youths for 5 years from we don't promise $1 million in Ebu Bila. Now $270 million. You say new airport, because as far as me concerned, Freetown International Airport, that's the official name. Where they na IATA the system. Because if you look at your country codes, you say what? FNA.
Yeah.
Not so Lunge or Lunge na just the name where they now we gone. But now Freetown International Airport, that's the IATA code. And that's where you go by. Every country get in country code. Every country, then airports them, or every state or everywhere they get in country code them. Okay? Just like how London Heathrow they. London Heathrow, they make how many? They don't go up to 5 terminals. Then call a new airport. Ghana. Ghana don't add. Now the airport, they don't add till they get terminal 3. They even call Kotoko Airport as new airport. No. Burkina Faso, the airport is the same thing. They add terminals. And the Turkish airline, they are there, Sabilayo. The Turkish airline them based na Burkina Faso because they get the facilities the way they need. So what is interesting what I see now the Minister of Lands, if they try for define the thing for show why this terminal extension thing na new airport. Oh, they get new, I call it in tower, they get this. Then the other person, the other guy they run the commentary say, this airport, they work at 31 minutes for go from one. You don't see airport that we get for work at hours if you don't get train or bus for come on one terminal for go to the other terminal. You know they reach there. So yeah.
Let us give a short brief about the internal structure. You see the timber plywood they when they do the indoor market in London.
Yeah.
Okay. And you know say climate is an adverse weather climate for certain materials the way they use na salon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They're not talking say this na
juju.
Na sabotage.
Yeah.
Now they can end up within the next when it starts operation within the next 3 to 6 months. Yeah. You will begin see the amount of destruction where they happen at the airport on its own. It's just natural because the material being used to do the interiors is plywood. Because
I prefab. You understand? They just join bolts what you call and then put the plywood there. So because they need for fold up. If you don't meet your agreement, then they loose then screw then
Thank you. That's one. 2, them plywood and when we forget adverse temperature we get for heat them, then they fall. Then they begin crack on their own. Yeah. And not to
explain that to people them, let them understand we then cheer and then bathe their way then get a saloon.
Thank you.
How is it dry? Now so they what you call like the lost shape, it begin on long. The chair no go sit down fine, the bed go so now the same kind thing with this.
So basically whether material they sweat and dry, it a lost shape. Then I want 2, where is sweat and dry, it a peel off.
Mm-hmm.
Because now the wrong climate, then they use that particular material therefore. You tell me which airport then at the wall where you don't go, we get wood as interior. Not to metal, they see all over aluminium.
Yeah.
And glass.
Glass, yeah.
So you tell me which airports where you don't go, we get wood. We get plywood as interiors. Even the desks themselves, now glass and metal.
Mm-hmm.
Where they look at durability, something will go last. And we get adverse weather condition in Africa, especially in Sierra Leone. Salon say right now, certain musical in the way you need to get na salon because you do na plastic engine they get. Now for Europe, it melts.
Mm-hmm.
And when it melts, you need them for using motor again because they will say, oh, this part don't spoil. Basically, na plastic material and then inside that particular engine, the way if it gets hot temperature, it melts. It was not designed for Africa. It was not designed for Africa.
Remind me and the mechanic then a salon where they tell me say this part's not for Africa. Then they pull out it.
Joke, because not of Africa. Na fact. So basically, me I know they see then go begin talk this on saying a sabotage. And see them say the airport na brand new. Fine, no problem. Let's work with it. What else when I brand new? We don't see. But that means it will be a different program. Let's assess the brand new, the new infrastructure.
And I don't have a problem whether it's brand new, na new airport, na what the problem we may get. Now the same government their own narrative. Now them pull paper say airport extension. Not so me pull up. Now then they write them. Now their own official memo. They say airport extension. Then they write na social media say na new airport. Now then they write, not other person they write to. Now then say they write, then your official paper they acknowledge, say this na extension. How you're not able for bill bakery when a $1 million bakery, you're not able for bill in 5 years. Now new airports, now they go bill in 6 months.
Juma, if now na self the media bakery contract you for don't do a less than 3 months.
Make us talk say we them full man there. Now we didn't try for sabotage, but I not blame nobody na the vice president.
Can you imagine you don't domain?
Yeah, we own bakery, we bakery, then try for make let people balance, let undermine we bakery, then full of bread, let them not ban, and they wait for the new bakery.
Can you imagine?
Yes.
Now, like I've been Minister of Information there and all before install no radio station as I don't accommodate.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And me on platform like this, and me on 40. Now media, yeah. I not install no media in alone.
The way you go build boats.
Not so anyway. Can you imagine?
Yeah. You go build boats. There is so for glad for you back. Say you don't bring new boats now the water.
Yeah. And me na Minister of Information no.
Anyway, let's go back to for round up the audit report session, and we'll come back to them another day because this conversation not get for done. Just now, after the police, I think the more program we don't do about audit reports and the issues around the issues surrounding that, and
security and the judiciary.
Yeah.
When so, all those corrupt institutions in Salonani.
Right. Over to you, Tibor.
Well, I think so far we're not able for stop for talk about the audit report, but the Southern and we want for make we stop, but the audit report now they would audit because it don't come out a couple of months ago. That's it. You don't make rounds 1 week, 2 weeks. Nobody cares. Nobody's going to be held accountable. Office of the President and Vice Presidents don't miss the threshold for be audited. So basically, they don't go scot-free. But I still think if you want for set good practices within the system, if you use the office as a template, for sure say they don't adhere to all the recommendations of the Auditor General's report where they make 2021 or 2020. And they're not able to execute all the recommendations and these are the recommendations and these are the executions, these are the results of good practices like the Office of the President and Vice President. So now the templates of what we want, like other land ministries then follow. But unfortunately, we not get opportunity for see that reports day or see that document day because it either doesn't exist or it does exist, but it's not for the eyes of us to see or put our hands on them. But anyway, this na the salon way we don't see, and this na the salon way we watch, and this na the salon way we continue for watch. But I think one day, the Office of the President will be audited, whether next year, year after, whether even 10 years from now. Because that same way we say we grandpa they not do we to papa in the suffer for the NCR so but they not do nothing about it. So goes left and so it don't pass. Because this time around, whether you like it or not, we get for all some people them accountable. We are all human beings, we're liable to mistakes, but look, we not make mistakes the way they be the detriment of the people of Sierra Leone. Look, we not make mistakes the way they make people then die unnecessarily. Look, we not make mistakes the way they ruin the development of the country. Look, we not make mistakes the way not just few people in the benefit, no more than the other in the suffer. Look, we not make mistakes the way they suffer the opportunities the way we get grand picking and go forget. Look, we not make mistakes then where the people are yet unborn inside the soil of Sierra Leone will not have such opportunities. Look, we make mistakes then we will be genuine, we will go for work on, we accept and take responsibilities of their mistakes then and we do the best out of them. Sierra Leoneans are tired. Sierra Leoneans are frustrated. Sierra Leoneans have gone through a lot over the past decades and decades. And it's about time where Sierra Leoneans should be able to say to anybody, enough is enough. And look, we'll find a way how we make Salone a better place. All the people in the diaspora are not happy to be in the diaspora. The world, they change. There is a huge amount of transition happening all over the world. Everybody is looking at going back to somewhere that they think they call home. And the contribution the way some of the diaspora and they make in Salone is still great. Kudos to them one day. By the end of the day, if we're able for hold anybody accountable, including the one who come out the diaspora, where they go represent and serve in government offices, them, na Sierra Leone, shame to them. It's a disgrace to una all. It's a pure disgrace to una all where all government offices they want to for be accountable to. It's a shame for people who come out the diaspora, where for live by example, we know the essence of auditing. We know the essence of accountability. We know the essence of transparency. We know the ethics of work value, but yet still, they sit on it, they shit on it, and they look at it like it is nothing. I think we therefore change that model there. Because if we not change that model there, we get forget a huge amount of bunch of diaspora and the back again where they're going to Salone and destroy. And guess what? When they destroy, they take it back to the diaspora. And the one they were in a Salone, they suffer the consequences of the amount of influx of diaspora and the way they're going to Salone, where they feast now the expat them for play the expat role, but then they go mix with the most corrupt Sierra Leoneans them, and then corrupt the system. They make sure that the system no work. They refuse for digitalized stop them because they don't want to be held accountable. Let's change that mindset of Sierra Leoneans, please. Let's change that thinking. Look, we forget about the personal vendetta they will get against individual. Let's look at the positive elements and aspects of what thing will change Sierra Leone, not for just for we, because some of we, I don't for rely on anybody for feeding me anymore. I don't live the life now where I feel this, I don't live with nothing not there for amuse me anymore. I can go to Salone today, I live conveniently without even driving a car, live in a Porsche. I'll go back and live in my village and I live conveniently there because I am proud of who I am content. I don't think anything can amuse me anymore. I have lived it, I have gone through it, I have seen it, nothing other new to me. So don't think we are doing this because we want for go sit down in our offices in a Salone. If I want for sit down in our office in a Salone, I'm for at the president's office right now, if I choose to. But some people can just think otherwise, think say, oh, you now because you're not in a power. I don't do politics by color. And I've always been involved in politics, but look, we able for be accountable for we actions then. And we get for hold every civil union. We don't serve in a public office accountable. The one that we come on the diaspora, we don't want to go Salone. Anything we get for happen, they come back. Some are coming back to the UK in hiding. They need to make people and see them. They're always in isolation because they know the amount of bad practices that we don't go adapt in a Salone. We don't able for change. We always say, oh, the system that Salone asked for change. Not all the system asked for change. Now we ask for change. Because now they refuse to accept the change. And we, when they go with the expert knowledge, we enhance the system and make them even more bad. Because what would they go for good type for effects to make that change happen? We feel to say, if we make that change they happen, we self no go make that money where the person will be needed we don't make. We feel jealous, we feel greedy, we feel competitive, we feel to say the position they will get, their position they will last forever. But guess what? You will die one day. And when you die, they will bury you like you came on earth. The only privilege until you go get if you're a Christian, they will put $50 million coffin inside your grave. But now dirty back then they say cover them. If you're not covered with dirty, then concrete your grave. Now dirty, then they take for concrete that grave. That slab when they put on top of you, not a glass slab. We're not going to can see you coffin. We're not going to can see you dead body. Now empty slab, then they put back, then cover you. So what in the force for? What do you have for living at this world and you put millions of dollars in your pockets? You don't get nothing for do that. You deprive people away they just a stone throw over your fence. You don't make yourself live in a prison within your comfort zone where, you know, they even see the streets where they behind your fence, because the fence is so high that you normally don't see your host. Why do you want to live a life like that? If you to say comfortable, no, you're not. You've been a slave within your own comfort zone. So I beg, please, let's look at the thing that what you do. And if we don't want to be accountable, don't take public office. If you never for be accountable, not take government money. If you never for be accountable, run your own business and run on the way you want. Government institutions are not private entities. They will not be, they will never be. So for as long as you take the office today, if we cannot hold you accountable today, there will come a time when we will hold people accountable. So all the one to say non gets away with crimes in Sierra Leone for the past 10 years, think again. Think again. Because we will go back and revisit all those years of bad practices of corrupt government officials in Sierra Leone. President, former president, and by Kumabin say, you know, they left no sacred cow. This current president, Julius Malabio, don't talk say beyond sacred cow. Well, we the double the sacred and beyond sacred cow together, we call them all saints cows, will be investigated. All saints cows will be investigated. And that money there, that practice is there. Anything where you get involved in, you be held accountable. That's the Sierra Leone we want to see for the next 10 years. That's the Sierra Leone we want for left for generation waiting at the diaspora with the language. We picking the old unborn, we don't need an consider. So they want to go back somewhere that they can put in their own effort and develop. It is happening almost everywhere in the world. China, Indonesia, Dubai, Qatar, they don't just develop overnight. They send them picking them all abroad, can learn the trade, and then send them all back home and manage institutions, because they've been to different parts of the world to learn different trades. When they go back home, they gave them now managerial position because they have learned about some of those industries that will possibly they not be forever able for learn now the country they wouldn't be. And we have that capacity as Sierra Leoneans. Why can't we just utilize that? We have a huge amount of human resource capacity waiting at the diaspora where they do nothing, jack. But we get Sierra Leone where they provide you all amounts, level of expertise, but nothing that they can deliver that will be of consumption to the people of Sierra Leone. Let's change our attitude if we want to live in a better Sierra Leone. Let's be a true Sierra Leonean. The idea say any true Sierra Leonean that Sierra Leone will support APC, that is not just an abuse, it's an insult to the intelligence of Sierra Leoneans. Living in Sierra Leone, what is it?
Where they support APC.
I say SLPP.
Talk out fine.
Every true Sierra Leonean, according to the First Lady, every true Sierra Leonean, now that Sierra Leone where they support SLPP, that is not just an insult to the people of Sierra Leone, it's an abuse. Now, like a way you don't say this is defamatory, you're not supposed to even make that kind of statement, because a true Sierra Leonean is the Sierra Leonean we care for the livelihood of another Sierra Leonean. Are you one of them? Think again. But thank you to viewers then for joining us today. And definitely, I see a lot of conversation going on now. The YouTube page, Diaspora Sierra Leone Network. Sorry, I haven't been able to engage with you. I know you've been asking questions and you making a lot of comments on that chat. But definitely, I'm not able to respond to them because I am already on the floor talking. But I want to say thank you also to the one reading on Facebook. And we get the lovers, the haters, the likers, and everything else really happen there. Sure. My full name is Sylvester Tamba T-Boy Duba. For those of you who don't know, Mina Kono, and I am proud to be one. And I am not one of those that you can actually intimidate and talk to and feel you think I will be one of you. No, definitely not. So definitely, if you don't know who I am, check my history. Not just look the name, check the background of the name, then you will know exactly who that will be. But thank you viewers for watching, and thank you also for watching, and thank you for your comment. Your comment is well, and we understand and respect your views, and your opinion is very important to us. Just like the same way our opinion should be very important to you. Over to you, Juba.
Wow, T-boy don't spill today. After waiting T-boy say so, waiting else I will say. It talk him, he say it come ready for today program. But those words of motivation, those advices, those checks and all the things that we highlight there, you can't any no are not able for say I'm better than it already do. So me just want to say thank you to we guest today with special guest, Mr. Bakarr Kamara from from Budget Advocacy Network, when I'm the coordinator. He really can do justice and talk about the audit report and align them with budget and service delivery and talk about why it's important to get the political will or do the right things, because once you do the right things, you expend, taxpayers' money for the right reasons and at the right places. Now we all the benefit, and our salon will develop, and now we all go enjoy. But if we encourage people, we condone people, we enable people for continue for misuse and misappropriate government money when are the people's money or the people's resources, as Bakarr say. Now we all go suffer. Right now we chin chong na the country, so where dollar don't go up, it don't fly. Then say dollar, the only possible dollar they chase right now na preso and the fly business. Just they go up because preso say it's time for fly, say they fly, so the dollar self they continue for run and fly, just they go up. And I know salon anything go up in a condom. And the only place that one day. So now we all suffer, now all they feel the pinch. So audits was supposed to checkmate na gatekeeper for look at the money when we own, who been give them, where them been promised we under oath, Bible and Quran as well. Say in the interest of all Sierra Leoneans. The auditors then say, let we check now, but all right, let come. Now it's gonna give we now we they look at, we go look at to say not been sent we no it's gonna not give we. What she presented is what we're gonna assess. That's what the audit is all about. And then we give you findings after audit assess, and then we give you recommendations, and you get right for come back and say, no, possibly some of our findings then be wrong, but by the way, we'll not been see this receipt been catch in a corner. When I bring and come then say, okay, they go reflect them na the report. But if that the back don't turn problem, then I don't know what. How can you justify a new direction that campaign on the backs of the issues of transparency, accountability, and good governance, and for fight corruption and say no sacred cows? But then, because of a few, how Tiba call them all saints cows, na State House, you decide for suspend 2 people because you're not happy because they're too close to you, they're too dear to home. Did you suspend them because of the fake receipts, or you suspended them because some of them ventured in auditing the office of the First Lady? So these are all the questions. But you don't suspend them. The Constitution gives mandate for the audit continue. 2021 audit report don't come out. Shamefully, then one and they try for compromise ethics and professionalism and turn a blind eye, say the president in office, who side they make fake receipts, who side they manufacture fake receipts for hotel and double dip on per diem, say they don't meet threshold for audits them. Or is it you shame for tell we say the corruption been so babala, so past mark that una self-afraid say if una report what una offend the country go collapse? Is that what it is? So when I use a fine word, oh, the president and vice president's office not meet the threshold. How can you argue that with experts outside the country? It's a shame. But then you're holding people to ransom. If you want to thief the country's money, you want for take the bank vault and go do what? Do them. Left people and let them do their job, now then position them. Not use anybody as scapegoat. So on debt's not a pay. bully will not help you. That will not win you an elections. Now it's in a history for say this is not the only government we don't fake receipts in our state house. That will never change. And like T-Boy say, what has not been audited in 2021 may be audited some other day in the future. What are you going to say? You go say now witch hunt? No, not a witch hunt. So let's be careful. Now within our courts, where they collect that $70 million, 70 million leons, close to 70 million leons in salary, we don't let that case done. Not trial it done. I don't take for one whole year now. And I don't do nothing. Now the only people in this way they collect 70 million leon salary a month, but they don't get printer. They don't get printer. See what?
How can an office like that be serious about saying they don't get printer? They don't get
for each almost for printer.
What?
Almost for printer, T-boy.
If they all put 1,000 leons, then they buy printer.
1,000 leon, go they call it because not have that new money they
Now that new money, if
no, 1 million. If they all put 1 million per 70 million, then they buy printer.
It's a disgrace for an office like that.
If you don't get printer on a right to Sierra Leone media, will gladly donate a printer to Una.
Donate our entire office equipment to them.
Yeah, entire printer with what you call them, consumables, ink, paper.
That's how cheap they are.
Yeah, we will sell
it.
You
know, they're a pure element of corruption. Now you don't get nothing for nothing past corruption.
So you were able to collect salary, but you're not
able to
get that you need to fast track the case.
That's corruption.
So you adjourn cases or not assign cases because you don't get printer.
And then you never before set up your office when they pay you for the case, but you never
they pay you for the case
when they pay you for. Can you imagine?
Yes. So now don't collect for over 1 year. Let them be this so they are not try down the case. Then 2 months here, let people move on before elections. Big, you know, big. They're not going for audit tonight again. So just left the when I don't left that woman and Tamba Momoh let them go. Then they audit tonight again. Audit's done. You know, you don't get to 2021. When I not get threshold.
This Tamba Momoh, I don't know if not the same Tamba Momoh was Sabi. I remember about 10 years ago, we had a trip to Sierra Leone.
Kendele Badmanso, you know,
Kendele was Moskin one.
Kendele one, yeah.
And now that way, I think now we do the first trip together for my first trip to Sierra. It's about 10 or 12 years ago. And we've been there on a project where we go now various different parts of Sierra Leone. Maybe go Canada particular thing. I think then we did free on some we go Makeni. Some go Kenema. I think I the branch will go Kenema. But I think now the same process. But I can't check
it's bad when you go seize advantage from somebody and that guy who don't walk in way up, not to passing get money or what he walking way, he what he call establish himself in profession. I know one day see him pa kalu business. I say I name I don't hear you. You understand? People afraid that APC people they're afraid that when they Tamba Momoh they carry they afraid that. Now, in doing work, we for glad it, Mr. President, we for use and say, you see, now then kind mania we want to now see me government new direction, but don't tell now say the people the way they do the right thing for protect with resources. Now they will be glad for. Then you even if you be aware yourself about the fake receipt, you for be just sack 1 or 2 man inside your office, or you suspend and say now they investigate. After 6 months, you promote them just like how they do the Minister of Finance. When I sack an agriculture, I sack an office of the president. When I send an agriculture, when I sack an back, then I send an Ministry of Finance. That's what I forbid don't do. Most of T-boy.
Now it's a Momoh no Nandi.
Hey, young guy, you know this. I'm not even talking about Madam Lara Taylor-Pearce.
There must be a good one.
Yeah. That guy is afraid in business because, and then afraid because of his work way they do.
Now, what do that seem to fit on? I said, yeah, good. We don't have enough self.
Well, I ain't there was disadvantage pass. So
Wow.
yeah.
Wow.
So now you don't vex past Maxwell.
Wow, I know him very well.
Yeah. Now there's disadvantage pass to them people here.
Wow.
Ebola phones where be there and they make noise for. Nah. You understand? Them people here, they're too childish, they're too petty. Who's president where they go revenge from person for doing work?
No. Take him back. Who's president where they go revenge for immune citizen?
Exactly. Father of the nation.
Forget system motto. Not take ourselves say na professional. Because if you revenge on anybody, na salon as a president, if for me somebody will lose Sierra Leone.
But you forget sir that this you will say which me can I go as individuals. This not them line of duty, and they are doing what the Constitution says. The same way make you president, the Constitution and give them the mandate based on their profession for do their work. That is all. Nothing personal. They don't hate you. They don't have anything against you personally, but they are doing their job.
Give me a big boy. If you get my moment number, but give me a big, please.
I don't get. I say I don't sabi am. I don't.
I defend the number.
Me the name now. You then afraid the
I
guy.
defend the number. No, I defend the number. We must get the number. Sabi and very, very well. Very, very well. I'm a friendly number. For sure. I'm good at the house.
I make clear you do last comment. They are appeal to them, let them bring them come back, let them do their work. They're not going for it again. Assure them, make commitment now. So say, Tamba Momoh they're not going for it. President's office again because in the last 6 months, no audit. Please go ahead.
Me, I dey say am and I dey say am because I mean am. And as they say, I'm back again. I don't care what you my thing, but guess what? We they make Tamba Momoh and Lara Taylor-Pearce go back to our office. Then they get for audit the president back.
Oh, hey, no, audit. Then audit again.
And you audit them. We don't agree. Nobody they jump audit.
But that's not for audit because I don't can say threshold not again.
They audit the empty office. Whether they get money, they not get money. Don't go find out now how you spend the money, even though the threshold not meet them, but we still the audit them for make we check and see. Look, we use them as templates.
So go for make let people and vote. We they make them they reinstate them back for let them go do their work. Mr. President, not afraid they may audit again.
Whether the investigation pending for the next 6 months or the next 3 months or whatever the time might be, if not 10 years, if Parliament get for seat and discuss the sacking, not only the president get that mandate day, still. So whether you do them now, you do them later, that's fine.
You know, do them more.
You know, do them more. That's fine. But it will happen one day. And we say 10 days for chief man, 1 day for order.
Master House.
And the Master House, now the government of Sierra Leone. And the government of Sierra Leone can be anybody.
Correct.
It can be anybody. The government of Sierra Leone can change tomorrow with a different president, but still SLPP. It can be anybody. So let us not begin fail say, oh, the government of Sierra Leone for be APC or SLPP no more. It can be anybody. And guess what? If you mass person foot where you are into the sleep now the same host, you not tell an osh. We'll meet up now money when I grab so.
Yeah.
If we feel to say anything na salon is going to be untouchables for the next years and years to come, fine, no problem. One day.
We'll be there 2018, they will be say 5 years, no so.
And I don't cancel.
2023, I don't reach.
You must get a person where go say this particular government, now accountability government, will they go back 20 years down the line? Case closed. Not a government.
Yeah.
Not what in the legal system that Salon say. If you haven't been charged for any crime that you committed 20 years ago, if the crime still exists, they raise them up, not so.
I mean, how people can be this heartless? Now that they piss me off, Tibo. Trust me. You rather wreck people in career, blackmail them, just for satisfy or just for show. Say I will show you so that I mean that's petty and childish. But anyway, like we say, a hearty boy. Why are you laughing? I see you crying right now.
Who are they crying for? Please. Let water not run me for salon. If water run me for salon, a problem. Let me I know one water for salon. I think please, Juma, because right now if me I.
Tony say no help corruption. No, Tony. Now the reality are they paid so because if the president they say that they go audit election can not get for audit, let the people let them do their work.
Juma.
Yeah.
Juma, I have a proud gentleman. Proud gentleman. We in household name na reputation.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even say it in public because I will demean in personality as a person.
Mm-hmm.
The level at which he get respect na salon in name, the level at which in name get respect na salon, you know, for associated with anything corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have corrupt breed within breed of people who are meant to be straight, you will still have that black sheep we go see, is not the black sheep of the family.
Mm-hmm.
That's the saddest side of certain things that we are not going to definitely talk in public. But the commission set up for the investigation, the people who they investigate, all go come out one day. And we'll be able to sit down back again. So we talk about that Judgment Day. We invite the Auditor General because she's still the Auditor General. And we invite Tamba Momoh because he is still the Deputy Auditor General. We discuss this particular topic of discussion. Na Sierra Leone media in our living days. Not so 10 years from now, but anytime soon. I just want you to understand that no more. Corruption in Sierra Leone, not a disease.
What would you like to know about Leon Isata?
You see, even Siri self-acknowledge what they say so. See,
corruption don't become, you know what they're saying, they put, then they put sick on people there. Then a corruption as alone. Then they put corruption as sick when they put on people and right now as alone. Because whether you are not corrupt, then they make it be like a sick when they put for you. You forget that disease day. So watch all the one they get the disease of corruption. You know they hear the name not so. Because when you sick, what they do, when you get bad sick, what you do, they hide them. You know how many people know for sick, you get that sick day. Now that they happen in our nation right now. There are many people that have been corrupt that are so ashamed of the fact that they are in positions or institutions that they're not supposed to be. So they're keeping their mouth shut because they are ashamed of themselves.
Okay, so now the enablers then that. Those are the enablers. And
they don't give them that disease, that corrupt disease. But guess what? We'll go heal them because anything.
What will be sad now? We thing go down on them cause but I'm for talko, but you know, na lie, you know they work.
Well, we'll go give them cure. We'll go find cure for them. And then cure, it's not going to be anything difficult. We'll go find a way how they cure them. But anyway, just to wrap things up on my own end, tomorrow we'll get the first head-to-head of we political discussions where we get Post-Loco Bobo and Sweet Bonita. Now the name and the
yeah, Post-Loco Bobo and Sweet Bonita, then they contest for some positions within the All People's Congress. As soon as aware, then say they do the lower level elections and intra-party conventions. So then we move for they want to represent them party, and we've been talking also say we will like for call people even at a lower level then because it's important. You never know. They might be the decision makers tomorrow, or then we'll get the ears of the decision makers them tomorrow. So we'll remind them waiting they can talk and promises the way they make now. So join me again tomorrow live. We can talk to some APC people and do your people in our government. When I get ready, when I go to warm up because they are in another airport. We wait till they launch the airport. We want to talk to but the new airport, extended airport, terminal, whatever it is called, we are coming.
No, they go to your film in Kude. We take a tour.
Yes. So we're coming. So get ready. And then if you have any issue you want to talk about, please approach us. We are open. But so we end this session, but the audit report.
Tony asking phone call.
Yeah, Tony. Yeah, I tried, but the line is a little bit shaky right now, so it's not gonna be clear, Tony. We don't test time, it's not gonna be clear for the audience. Then I will not take the phone call. I do apologize, but we promise hopefully tomorrow we'll open the phone lines. So we don't fix them. Okay. Thank you so much, viewers on Facebook and YouTube and the other social media platforms. Please like, share, and so you will get notification we will be live with you now. On behalf of the CIGM media team, T-Boy?
No, tomorrow show is 9 o'clock. It's not the usual 10 o'clock.
Tomorrow, 9 o'clock UK time, 4 o'clock the US Eastern Standard Time, and 9 o'clock in Sierra Leone, and 10 o'clock now Eastern Europe. Femi safe day with me. They say tata to now all, and good night. Stay blessed wherever you are.
Yes, this na term for all salon people and them party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour, and the Gladi program. Look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.serragmedia.org. Now who's term these?
January 6th. I can still remember the hate in their fingers when the warder's badge of honor on me. It was a brutal merit, a verdict of unconscious merriment and injustice. Soul injured, burned bridges they left me unpacked with eyelid and bruised kneecap. Couldn't turn back cause they burned down my bridge. Do I really deserve this golden badge of honor? January 6th. Boom, boom, everywhere like hearts beat. Their gun bleeds but with a different language of I hate you. They break me. Crave to put forth my future at stake. I could have been a basketball player, an instrumentalist, a doctor, an engineer, and many more. They literally killed my dreams. Tick, tick every night, time whispered on my ears. Tell me not to worry, for I am the best doctor, it says. Do I really deserve this golden badge of honor? January 6th. I was only 3 when they came through with nothing to bargain for, but a will so free I wish. They let my blood be the signature to a treaty between chaos and solidarity. A solidarity to peace they say, a peace I cannot find, as others thrill with love the likes of fear. Stereotypes, stigmatization, doubt every day they attack. Do I really deserve this golden badge of honor? January 6th. An event that left a mark on the forehead of our nation, exposing this land and its people to the invasion of corrupt mind. Men with the gift of a wordsmith, architecture to our blood spill, but when it comes to giving, they are as stingy as ironsmith. I have blatantly refused to accept anything they say weigh me down. Thus, I have this to say. When our fate meet destiny, we sometimes feel the entire world must be wrong and it wasn't our time. But we must not let these sparks of stereotypes lead our minds into oceans of frustrations, but rather, we must have the courage to mix anger with sympathy, hate with compassion, and above all, we must love. Do I really deserve this golden badge of honor?
I was raped multiple times by my aunt's boyfriend when I was 6.
I was repeatedly raped at the age of 8 by a close family member.
I was raped at 19. I didn't speak openly about it because I was ashamed and afraid that people would judge me.
I was raped at age 5 by my caregiver's husband.
On June 17th, 2020, 5-year-old Khadija Sakho, a beautiful little girl from Freetown, Sierra Leone, was repeatedly raped and strangled to death, allegedly by her own cousin. Her death shocked the nation. But in truth, in this small West African country, 9 out of 10 girls experience some form of sexual violence in their lifetime. Think about that for a second. 9 out of 10. That's 90%. My name is Aisha Sase. I'm a journalist and activist. I'm joining forces with Idris Elba and other activists from across Sierra Leone to support the survivors of sexual violence with the Survivors Solidarity Fund. Please consider donating whatever you can afford. All monies raised will go to 4 local organizations currently providing free medical and legal services to survivors. 5-year-old Khadija lost her life to sexual violence. That same threat remains for millions of others. So this is also a call for you to use your voice, your power, to draw attention to an enduring culture of rape. Together, we must end it now. My name is Aisha Sase. I am Khadija Sakho.
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 We are Khadija Sakho.
We are all Khadija Sakho.
I love my country, but I usually say Sierra Leone is the country I hate to love. I do love my country, but my God, it's painful. So this, to me, the anger is not because my father and others have been killed and laid here. The anger is coming that we are not learning. We are making the same mistakes all the time. All the time we're making the same mistakes.
My name is Miata Fombula. I'm an economist, and every day I fight to change the way our economy works. I've seen up close the power of Labour governments to change things and to do the impossible. When the global financial crisis hit in 2008, I was working in the strategy unit for Gordon Brown's Number 10. I saw that with focus and political will, our government could move mountains. And it was in those months that I first understood that the change my parents taught us was necessary might actually be possible. My parents came to London as refugees when I was 5 and became part of the Sierra Leonean community here. They made impossible sacrifices to give my brothers and I the best start they could. I've been lucky, but for so many of the kids I grew up with, good kids from good families who were as likely to go to university as prison, the system let them down. My parents made sure we knew that this system that holds people down is wrong, that it deprives our communities of hope and ambition, and that we had a duty to change it. But I also grew up seeing the value of solidarity. When things got tough, people in our community banded together and helped each other out. And that's why I'm Labour. Because we know that it's not okay for just a few to do all right. We have to help everyone rise. The NHS, the minimum wage, we have always been the party of big ideas to lift everyone up. And now we need to do it again. I've listened to people from across Campbell and Peckham. They're worried about the cost of living, the lack of homes they can afford. They feel that our schools and hospitals are at breaking point. They want change. Harriet Harman blazed the trail for women. Standing on her shoulders, I want to be Campbell and Peckham's next MP, so that I can bring big ideas to Labour to make this change a reality and move mountains for this community. I've spent the last 5 years leading a charity that develops ideas that could transform our country. Free childcare for all, a living income so everyone can live well, a Green New Deal. Ideas I will always fight for, because I know who I am fighting for. I'm fighting for the kids that don't get a shot, for the parents who are making impossible sacrifices, for the people who are struggling to get by, the people who are Campbell and Peckham. I want to use my voice on the national stage as your voice, to make your fight my fight, so that together we rise.
Love, joy, on another one. You know me cocoa butter, oh. Nobody love will change up. You don't reconcile me out, I'm not able to refuse them. I love you now. Only that's good, they real love. Now you know me gold and me diamond. Now only you are go give everything, no. Me equal to zero without you. Now me don't be your hero. Life is sweet, oh, when you there with the right person, yeah. No more messy around you, oh. Me to you, not to 2 is to 1. Now wrong equation be that, you, I don't feel fever, me heart's on the pull fire. Doctor say but bona for take am easy with love you. Me love it on the catch a fire, baby. Me love it on the catch a fire. 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 Come and solve 'em. Me love it on the catch a fire.
Yes, doc. No, not with tablets. Yeah. Touch me here.
Me love it on the catch a fire. 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 Come and solve 'em. Me love it on the catch a fire. You know me cocoa butter, oh. Nobody love will change them. You don't reconcile me out, I'm not able to refuse them. I love you now. Only that's good, they real love. Now you know me gold and me diamond. Now only you are go give everything, no. Me equal to zero without you. Now me don't be your hero. Nowadays, oh, true love no easy, forget you. So when you get never will love it to one. He say make I take a serum, I don't want. He say make I take tablets, I don't want. He say make I put you, I don't want. When I love you, I want you. Hey, doctor, tell me, oh. Me love it on the catch a fire, baby. Me love it on the catch a fire. 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 Come and solve 'em. Me love it on the catch a fire. You know me cocoa butter, oh. Nobody love will change 'em. You don't reconcile me out, I'm not able to refuse 'em. I love you now. Only that's good, they real love. Now you know me gold and me diamond. Now only you are go give everything, no. Me equal to zero without you. Now me don't be your hero. Hey doctor, hey. Me love
No, not with tablets. Yeah? Just touch me here. Yeah. Yeah. I'm feeling it. Oh, dog. Yeah. Yeah, my dog. Oh, no, stop. Not like this.
You don't be go. So see if you go allow me for take Mary to me for go keep me company.
Adama is finally back from the village. She came back with a child. My teacher may soon find out you're not my brother. Stop coming to the school.
You couldn't present the girl with the school and you come here and tell me she was a girlfriend, but you did not speak to her.
If she's not a witch, I wonder what she is.
According to the test results, your daughter is 6 months pregnant.
Where's the baby?
There's no baby. How can you be so heartless to yourself? Show the man who is responsible so that you can be free.
Who is her husband?
I'm not pregnant.
Tell me.
Is it a pride to be a teacher?
Oh yes, more than a pride, it is a passion to be a teacher. All that we need is better treatment. It is with love we build a nation. All that we need is better treatment. Ooh. A teacher is a nation builder who spends sleepless nights preparing his lesson. Transformation of education begins with the teacher. He does everything to meet up with changing times. They build doctors, pilots, engineers, and all great people. Oh no, with meager salary. We plead on the parents to stop negative intervention. Instead, assist them do their work. It is with love. It is with love. It is with love. We build a nation. All that we need is better treatment. It is with love. It is with love. Yeah. We build a nation. All that we need is better treatment.
I'm shedding my tears for a teacher.
I'm giving you knowledge, you slap me. I'm building your future, you kill me. Oh no, respect the teacher.
I'm shedding my tears as a teacher.
I'm giving you knowledge, you slap me. I'm building your future, you kill me. Oh why? Respect the teacher.
Teacher, we tapsila.
Teacher, will one we.
Teacher,
we tapsila. Teacher, will lonely we. Teacher, we tapsila. Teacher, will one we. Teacher, we tapsila. Teacher, will lonely we. Teacher, we tapsila. Teacher, will one we. Teacher, we tapsila. Teacher, will lonely we.
I do believe bad or unfortunate situations should bring out the best in us. Growing up, I've always looked at myself in the mirror and hated myself, asking so many questions. Why am I different from others? Then eventually my mother happened to explain to me one day that I become a disabled due to the 11 year we had in Sierra Leone. I've had challenges from different aspects of life, from different phases. One, I can say psychologically, I've always had this low self-esteem. Before, I had seen myself as not useful. I've also had this social differences. I've experienced differences from social level at which people show some form of stereotype, marginalization, of course.
Silverstone Beats.
People killing, people dying, children hurting, hear them crying. You can practice what you preach, or would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. People got me questioning, where is the love?
See this life we live, oh, we all have to give, oh, yeah, yeah. Cause all I see is evil, and too much killing of my people, yeah, yeah. So let's bless one another, yeah. So let's help one another. I sing again, yeah.
What's me, I don't see this kind of thing where they happen. This not for be education opportunity. Now in we need, let we learn for the share, not to attempt for big greed.
You see this life they live, oh, you see where we lose or we know. Stop killing one another, let's stand together, yeah. Stop playing the hero, looking at each other like we're zero. On the block with a C, money they can make every day pan pre, yeah.
R.I.P. They took our boys, they take our joy, take our joy. This study time we stop now crime. Don't blind bodies like your future.
Stop the stabbing, stop the killing. Let's love one another. Peace.
Where is the
I see fighting every day, I see dying every day. Why don't we help each other and pave the way for a better life, a life that we all deserve? Instead of killing each other, why don't we preserve? So you wanna be a bad man, he's gonna be a badder man. You got a big knife, he's gonna get a bigger knife. Our people suffered for years in chains. Now we turn on each other, cut for gains. For the ones that send the youth to kill themselves, you pretend to be a father figure but only care for yourself. You are nothing but the flesh of the devil. You're evil, low life on another level. Think about the mothers and the pain they go through. You don't care for these kids, they mean nothing to you. But Kamma only knows the boomerang maneuver. One day the Green Reaper will be your remover.
This little the range ranting up some sanctimonious food is a poetic verses, ruminate a prophecy given to a sentient dude. So I say it's at ease for you to listen and deduce the wisdom that's gonna liberate and galvanize you. Under the sun ain't nothing new, that for black on black crimes and breaking news. Under the sun ain't nothing new.
You gotta stand up. Stand up for what you believe in. Gotta stand up. Stand up for what is right. Cause if you got me, then I've got you too. Regardless of what you've been through. Even when you're feeling new. Where is the love? Do this if we try. There's no time to waste no time. Together forever, whatever the weather. Us as a unit working together.
See, I did not London, but me heart still not tongue. God don't lift me up, but me heart still not run. You will never go far if you don't know where you're from. So I don't do it for myself, I'ma do it for the young. Plead to my brothers, let's do it for the youngers. Why spend a bag on a jumper? Back where you're from, people dying with hunger. With people then they suffer. You then I you the bluff, it's copper. You the game need for change, like we not get up. Where's the love? Where's the love, yo? Where's the love? I said,
where is the love? Little youth, let's take time. Stop all the knife and the gun crime. Think of the future, paint that picture. Get a youth in the future. Peace gonna rain on me. Peace gonna rain on me. Yeah.
Let's stop the violence and come together. Get rid of knives and guns and bombs.
come, let's be together. Pray peace and love, golden hope through storm and weather. See what is going on. Where is love?
Tell me, how do you feel when you see your brothers and sisters lying down the street helplessly? And what will you do if you die today and find yourself in hell?
I want to ask you this. Look inside your eyes and answer me with all the truth. Where you get, whose side the love they?
When I left. Boku man them get nef. If you live by the nef, you go suffer. You know get sense, you know sabi say nef not for butter. Stabbing guys, yeah that's uncool. When it comes to knives, yeah I'm anti. What happened to fighting guys with your hands, G? When you stab a man, it's not one man you stab. Just remember that you stab a whole family.
People killing, people